one. All these lies, all these lies, who go confess? Rid of them, fire! We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess? We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess? Ralphie, Ralphie,
Clean up this mess.
money gone go, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Mommy gone need Ralphie,
Clean up this mess.
money don't go, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Loans for loans, the whole thing stress, money disappear, pure recklessness. Gemma saying gone, that is madness. QX still crying, full of badness. And Lucy waiting, nothing progress. 120 mil gone, that is a mess. Agents fed up, truth must manifest. Bring out the books, let the nation all say.
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess? We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess?
Foreign man on a land, give way fast. Agents at home, still coming last. Silent traction, moving hush, hush, low like grass. Chinese low stakes, pile up so fast. My grand labor house, that contrast. St. Lucie MP, stop holding fast. Talk to the people, show you got class.
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess? We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess?
We tired of do ducking, answer the press. Come off your phone, stop dodging distress. Social services loan, same nonsense. But people back is empty, pure helplessness. Chickens loose now, should bust the nest. Ralphie step forward, put lies to rest. Agents want answers, nothing less. Tell we straight now, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess? We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess?
Ralphie, Ralphie,
Clean up this mess.
money don't go, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Money, money, Ralphie,
Clean up this mess.
money don't go, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Fires opening there, chickens scattering there, agents waking up there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess?
Just turn to the Dems. We are here to save you from mayhem. Look out for the Dems with message and vision. So place your X for Neil, David and Simon. So we taking all three. We taking all three. All three of the St. Philip constituencies. We taking all three. We taking all three. We ain't leaving none for BB. Our democracy is under threat. And if we don't make a change now, we regret. Right before our very eyes, the facts we cannot ignore. The rule of law has gone out the door. And we're seeing Trump-like behavior that is not good for this country. So use your X and please use it wisely. So turn to the Dems. You can count on the Dems. We are here to save you from mayhem. Look out for the Dems on our Savior's mission. So place your X for Neil, David.
we deal with this one time? All this mess, all these lies, all these lies. Who go confess? Rid of them, fire! We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? Ralphie, Ralphie,
Clean up this mess.
money gone go. Who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Mommy gone need Ralphie.
Clean up this mess.
Money don't go. Who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Loans by loans, the whole thing stress. Money disappear, pure recklessness. Gemma saying gone, that is madness. QX still crying, full of badness. And Lucy waiting, nothing progress. 120 mil gone, that is a mess. Agents fed up, truth must manifest. Bring out the books, let the nation assess.
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess?
Foreign man on our land, give way fast. Agents at home, still coming last. Silent traction with Africa past. Deals moving, hush, hush, low like grass. Chinese loans next, pile up so vast. Migrant labor house, that contrast. St. Lucie MP, I stop holding fast. Talk to the people, show you got class.
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess?
We tired of do ducking.
Answer the press.
Come off your phone,
Stop dodging distress.
social services loans.
Same nonsense.
But people pockets empty.
Pure helplessness.
Chickens loose now, should bust the nest. Ralphie step forward, put lies to rest. Agents want answers, nothing less. Tell we straight now, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone.
Who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone.
Who go confess? Ralphie, Ralphie,
Clean up this mess.
money don't go, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Money, money, Ralphie,
Clean up this mess.
money don't go, who go confess?
We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess.
Files open in there, chickens scattering there, agents waking up there. Yeah, 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 yeah. We sticking with Ralphie to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess?
DLP!
DLP.
DLP! Putting people first! Putting Barbados first! This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands.
Barbados First.
Respect the minds of agents.
Barbados First.
Dignity across the land.
Barbados First.
What matters to the people guides every step we take. Country before convenience, this is the pledge we make.
DLP puts you first. DLP puts home first.
Hey!
Puts agents first. Always first. Puts the country first. DLP puts Barbados first.
In truth, in trust, in care, this is our promise to the people.
We will always be there.
Call it, puts you first.
DLP.
Who comes first?
Barbados.
Puts you first.
DLP.
Who comes first?
Barbados.
No talk without action, no power without care. DLP stands with the people.
Everywhere. DLP puts you first. DLP puts you first.
Hey.
Puts bad agents first.
Country before.
Always first. Puts the country first. DLP puts Barbados first. Puts Barbados first.
you first. People before politics. DLP puts Barbados country before convenience. DLP service above self. Barbados, Barbados. Yeah. There'll be two Barbados. That's the DLP. Barbados, Barbados. Ooh. Barbados, Barbados. DLP. DLP. Barbados first. DLP! 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 Putting people first! Putting Barbados first! This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Barbados first. Respect the minds of Asians. Barbados first. Dignity across the land. Barbados first. What matters to the people guides every step we take. Country be always first. Puts the country, puts Barbados first. In truth, in trust, in care. This is our promise to the people. We will always be there. Call it, put you first. Who comes first? Barbados. Put you first. Who comes first? Barbados. No talk without action. No power without care. DLP stands with the people. Everywhere DLP puts you first. DLP puts you first. Hey. Puts Barbadians first. Country before, always first. Puts the country first. DLP puts Barbados first. Puts Barbados first. Puts Barbados first. Oh, man. Put you first. Who comes first? Barbados, Barbados. Put you first. Who comes first? Barbados, Barbados. DLP puts you first. People before politics. DLP puts Barbados country before convenience. DLP service above self. Barbados, Barbados. Yeah. There'll be two Barbados. That's the DLP. Barbados, Barbados. Ooh. Barbados, Barbados. DLP. DLP. Barbados first.
Barbados. Let me deal with this one time. All this mess, all these lies, all these lies. Who go confess? Rid of them. Fire. We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? Ralphie, Ralphie.
with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess? Ralphie, clean up this mess. Money don't go confess. We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money, Ralphie, clean up this mess. Money don't go confess. We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Files open in there, chicken scattering there, agents waking up there. Yeah. We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone, who go confess? DLP, putting people first, putting Barbados first. This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Barbados first. Respect the minds of nations. Barbados first. Dignity across the land. Barbados first. What matters to the people guides every step we take. Country before convenience. This is the pledge we make. DLP puts you first. DLP puts on first. Hey! Puts patients first. Always first. Puts the country first. DLP puts Barbados first. In truth, in trust, in care. This is our promise to the people. We will always be there. Call it, put you first. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. On the other. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. Yellow is the code. Determination in more. Young guns rise up. We carrying below. Future in we hands. Barbados we see. Seats are moving. Jump on the DLP. Seats are moving. There we push the bus. On the LP. Moving on with us. Together as one. We can take the fight. Seats are moving. The future bright. Follow it and not your eyes on the prize. No time to waste. Energy strong.
Plenty and in time of need, when this fair land was young, our brave forefathers sowed the seed from which our pride is sprung.
Up and there's no water lost.
Might need to maybe turn on your camera. No. I forget to change the camera.
Binds our hearts from coast to coast.
The pride of nationhood.
Card. Bring the card. Come.
Good night to the Rices. Good night to the DLP. Comrades, all who are here, let's honor God in a word of prayer this evening. I want to read just from Psalms 22, verse 27 and 28, which says, all the ends of the earth will remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations will bow down before him. For dominion belongs to the Lord, and he rules over the nations. I want to just put that to our own island now. From the 4 points of Barbados, north, south, east, and west, people will remember and turn to the Lord. And the families of this island will bow before him. For dominion belongs to the Lord, and he rules over Barbados. Father, tonight we thank you for your presence in this place. We pray indeed, Lord God, that in this meeting this evening, your very presence will be felt in this atmosphere. We pray that you will rule, you will give wisdom, you will fill with knowledge and understanding all those who are participating, those who are speaking. We pray, Lord God, that you will guard, you will guide, you will direct. Your very presence will be felt in this place. Our Heavenly Father, I thank you for our island. I pray for everyone working towards the peace of this nation, working towards justice and truth in this land. I also remember our leaders, and I pray for those of the Democratic Labour Party, the Honorable Ralph Thorne, the leader, and the other 29 candidates, and all the campaign managers, and all the workers who are giving help to this very process. I pray, Lord God, you will continue to keep your hands on their lives. Cover them, cover their parents. Also help them, Lord, to be informative as they share, to be relevant, to share to deal with the issues at hand, so that people will understand where they are going, and the vision will be clarified, will be clearly explained, and those who hear, the electorate, will come to a place of satisfaction with this party and also be able to do what they have to do. I pray for everyone tonight that will speak. Guide them. Continue to keep your hands upon their lives. Give them the boldness and the strength. I just commit everything that will be said and done this evening into your hands. Free this atmosphere. Bring liberty and freedom in this place. We ask it, Lord, in the name of Jesus, and we say, your kingdom come and your will be done tonight. In Jesus' wonderful name. Amen and amen. Why not put your hands together and give God some praise tonight? Wherever you are in the space.
Seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll go. Seats are moving, the outcomes again. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one day I'll go. Seats are moving, yellow is the code, determination in more. Young guns rise up, we carry in below. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Seats are moving, jump on the DLP. Seats are moving. We push the bus, one day happy, moving on with us, together as one, we can take the fight, seats and moving, the future bright, so we are not your eyes on the prize, no time to waste, energy strong, we setting the pace from the block to the hill, from the coast to the town, one day happy, we can hold it down, seats are moving. Push the bus, one day happy, moving on with us, together as one, we can take the fight, seats are moving, the future bright, new ideas, fresh minds, we bring it the fame.
Good night, St. Philip. Good night, Barbados. Tonight is not about politics as usual. Tonight is about people. Every voice you will hear tonight represents a constituency and a community, and a commitment to put Barbados first. When we say Barbados, we mean that we will represent each and every one of you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker. He is Pedro Shepard, the candidate for St. Michael's South and resident of St. Philip.
Jump on the DLP, seats and moving, and we push the bus, one day happy, moving on with us, together as one, we can take the fight, seats and moving, the future bright, so we are not your eyes on the prize, no time to waste, energy strong, we setting the pace from the clock.
Good night. Good night. Good night. It is a good feeling to be here tonight in Rice's in St. Philip, what I would consider to be a stone's throw away from my home in Vineyard. Madam Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Barbadians, all of you within the hearing of my voice, how are you feeling tonight? I am feeling as though the Democratic Labour Party has already won the government. I feel good tonight to know that Ralph Thorne is my leader and the next Prime Minister of Barbados. Tonight, we are gathered here at Royce's in St. Philip to talk about the state of our nation and to bring you hope for a better and brighter Barbados. We're also here tonight to introduce to you 3 candidates who will represent the Democratic Labour Party in the House of Parliament come February 12th, 2026. Over the last 7 years, we have seen in Barbados the decline, and tonight the Democratic Labour Party is here seeking your support and your vote in our quest to rebuild this country, leaving something for our children and grandchildren to be proud of. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, supporters of the Democratic Labour Party, the Democratic Labour Party has been listening to the people of Barbados. Most people we interact with are saying that they are worse off now than when the Dems left office in 2018. Many are regretting having made the decision to elect this current government, as they are now seeing the lies unfolding. You will remember the sabotaging of the South Coast sewage plant. You will remember being told that the Minister of Finance back then was the worst minister ever in the history of Barbados. Yet, as soon as they won the government, he was offered a job at the world's leading financial institution. That means he was not that bad at all. They actually lied on him when he was Minister of Finance in the Democratic Labour Party. Tonight, he is on their side, wishing that he can do something for them. But I send a message tonight to the former Minister of Finance, and I say to him tonight that you will add nothing to the Barbados Labour Party. They lied on their Ro's opponent too. I refuse to call his name, but you know that he represented St. Philip North for the Democratic Labour Party for 3 terms. But he too has gone the other side, and he says he has a fondness for the leader. We're lost. We're lost. They will deal with him in the city of Bridgetown. The country is tired of the lies and hypocrisy of the outgoing administration, and we want you to demonstrate your frustration and disappointment by coming out in your numbers on February the 11th and vote yellow from morning until night. We are here tonight to put our case to you as we take you into our confidence. We ask you to share our messages, policies, and programs as we roll them out. Our economy continues to struggle. The cost of living is high, and many families across Barbados are feeling the pinch. This government has failed to diversify our economy, leaving us vulnerable to external shocks. We have seen a rise in crime, and our tourism industry, the backbone of our economy, continues to suffer. Our healthcare system is in crisis. We lack adequate facilities, equipment, and staff. The government has failed to prioritize our health, and it is time we hold them accountable. The QEH and our polyclinics are in shambles. We now fear for our lives when we go to the QEH. Our children also deserve to be recognized by the government. Our children deserve a better education, and our young people deserve opportunities. But the government's failure to invest in our schools and job training programs has left many feeling lost and uncertain about their future. Our graduates are now being told, if you can't find work here in Barbados, then you go abroad. Thus far, between 2018 and 2026, we have had 3 ministers of education, and millions upon millions of dollars being wasted on education reform. Education reform is yet to come off the ground. There must be accountability and transparency. We deserve in this country a government that is transparent and accountable. But we have seen corruption and mismanagement. It is therefore time, ladies and gentlemen, for the people of Barbados to effect change and to do so overwhelmingly on February the 11th. The Democratic Labour Party needs all eligible voters in this country to come out and to vote. Fellow Barbadians, we can do better. We deserve better. Let us work together to build a brighter future for ourselves and our children and our nation. It is therefore time for action. It is time for a change of government in Barbados. The current government has also failed to provide affordable housing for our people. The waiting list for housing is years long, and many are forced to live in substandard conditions. In Barbados, over the last 7 years, we have seen land given away to foreign developers, while our people continue to struggle for a place to call home. We have seen corruption and mismanagement in housing projects, with little to no accountability. Not too far away from here in Poole in St. John, we have a perfect example of corruption and mismanagement. There is also a failure of leadership, and therefore it is time for change. Ladies and gentlemen, a DLP government will prioritize affordable housing and ensure that every Barbadian has access to a safe and decent home. We will work with developers to create affordable housing options and will support community-led initiatives. We'll also ensure that our housing policies are transparent and fair, with no room for corruption or favoritism. I understand only today that the National Housing Corporation is now giving away houses wrapped in red cloth. If any of you in this audience or any of you in the diaspora listening to me tonight have applied for a National Housing Corporation house and was on the list, you can try your luck now by wearing red when you visit the general manager on Monday. To our young people, we say, you deserve a home, you deserve a future. To our seniors, we say, you have worked hard all your life, and you deserve to live with dignity. Let us build a Barbados, ladies and gentlemen, with the Democratic Labour Party, where everyone has a roof over their head and a sense of pride in their community. We can do better, Barbados. We deserve better, Barbados. As we head to the polls, I want to express full support for our three outstanding candidates in St. Philip. Neil Marshall, representing St. Philip South. Simon Clarke, representing St. Philip North. And the big one, Dr. David Estwick, representing St. Philip West. All three of these, ladies and gentlemen, will bring home the seats for the Democratic Labour Party. We're going to sweep it from St. Philip all the way down through Christchurch, through to St. Michael, through to St. George, St. Joseph, St. Andrew, heading towards St. Lucie via St. Peter and St. James. These three individuals have demonstrated their commitment to our party's values and vision for a better Barbados. They have worked tirelessly in their constituencies, listening to the concerns of the people and advocating for positive change. Tonight, Pedro Shepard endorsed all three of them as the General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party. I also endorse them as a Philippine, and I endorse them as Pedro Ricardo Shepard. They have my full support. As I said, they will bring home all 3 seats for the Democratic Labour Party. So go out in your numbers and give them your support. Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Marshall is a Cohesion Party scholar like myself. He's an attorney and an educator. He is a champion of education and youth empowerment. Based on the track record of his opponent, who is yet to secure himself as Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Neil will bring home this seat. I have no doubt Neil will be a strong voice for our children and young people in the Parliament of Barbados. Simon Clarke. Simon Clarke is referred to by the political leader Ralph Thorne as the gem of St. Philip. He's also an attorney at law with a proven track record of service. And I trust that he will continue to fight for the rights of our most vulnerable citizens. His opponent is not yet sure what she wants out of politics other than a pension. Simon Clarke will bring back true representation to St. Philip North. I live in St. Philip North, as I said, and I have seen nothing happen outside of the roads getting terrible and the bush overgrowing roads and cane fields in St. Philip. I'm hearing open wells in St. Philip as well. Just be careful. Dr. David Estwick is a passionate advocate for economic development. He was a former minister in the Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs, Agriculture. He had responsibility for the economic team in the Parliament of Barbados. He is not any Johnny-come-lately. He brings with him skills and expertise to drive growth and prosperity in this economy and society. He has tremendous experience as a former cabinet minister and will bring those skills to bear on the cabinet of Comrade Ralph Thorne. As we are elected to serve in the House of Parliament of Barbados for the next term, we will hit the ground running to restore meaningful growth to our economy with people like Dr. David Estwick. I am sure that this election, I am sure, he will clinically remove the non-performer who calls herself a parliamentary representative in St. Philip West. I urge all voters tonight in Rices, in Tree Houses, in Vineyard, in St. Martin's, in Crane, Long Bay, Foul Bay. I believe the entire St. Philip can hear me tonight. And so I want all of St. Philip to go out and elect these 3 gentlemen, Neil Marshall, Simon Clarke, and Dr. David Estwick, overwhelmingly on February the 11th, so that they will join Ralph Thorne and the other members of the Democratic Labour Party walking up the steps of Parliament to champion the cause of the people of Barbados. Let's elect leaders who will put Barbados first, who will stand up for our rights, who will work tirelessly to build a brighter future for all of us. Together, we can make the difference. Let us do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let us do this for this country, Barbados. I thank you, God bless you, and have a good night.
Putting Barbados first. This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Respect the minds of nations. Dignity across the land. What matters to the people guides every step we take. Country before convenience, this is the pledge we make. DLP puts you first. DLP puts on first.
Give it up again for the next representative for St. Michael Southeast, Mr. Pedro Shepard. As we continue to put Barbados first, I introduce to you another son of the soil for St. Philip, Mr. Shaun Trucker.
Thank you.
DLP putting people first. Putting Barbados first.
Good night. Good night to the people of Rices. Good night to the people of St. Philip. Good night to the DLP family. Seats are moving. Seats are moving. We're starting with St. Philip. Seats are moving. The yellow wave, the code is yellow. The yellow wave is starting from St. Philip. On the night of February 11th, we're going down to George Street with 3 MPs from St. Philip. The lady who fancies herself as the Prime Minister of the world, globe-trotting and on the world stage, talking about climate change, but the man up north kicked down that ladder that it climbed upon. And now, up there up a creek, for the paddle. But anyhow, came back home and suddenly had this bright idea to call the election sudden, early, thinking that she would catch the Democrat-Labour Party unprepared and not ready for this election. But the people of Barbados were ready, and the Democratic-Labour Party were ready, and the people of Barbados are ready for change. All the big talk as we went through the community and we go through the community, I myself have been surprised at the level of support and how eager the people are for change. Because the truth of the matter is that 7.5 years on, nothing is better. The healthcare situation is not better. What a deplorable state the hospital is in. The situation with the school children and traveling on the minibuses is not even safe. Look at the amount of accidents. Look at how things have been going on. There's so many things that are out of order, and the crime from the minute those people land in May 2018, the murder rate shot up. And people who ought to be spending time at another place in St. Philip, walking about the place free, and cavorting with the very same people. And nothing is better. You are not safer. You don't feel better. And it has become increasingly difficult. They talk about the times under the Democrat-Labour Party, the former administration, but there has never been a time in Barbados when the cost of living has been so difficult relative to wages, when people have been finding it so hard to make ends meet. And they boast about things about debt to GDP. This government think that they can fool ordinary people that are feeling the pinch of the shoe day by day, talking about foreign reserves and how much money, how much foreign reserves they have and how much months to cover. But this thing is so ludicrous. Well, first of all, debt to GDP is not affordability. It's not people being able to afford food. But you imagine this, all that they're boasting about is like a man owe the bank money. He owe the bank $10,000. And he go to the credit union and borrow $10,000 or $12,000 from the credit union, put the money on the bank, and then tell people, come, look, see how much money I got on the bank. And he ain't paid back the bank yet, and he still got to pay the credit union. This is what this government is talking about and trying to bamboozle you with this kind of thing and rolling out people all of a sudden with central bank report and thing and talking about debt to GDP and all this kind of thing. Borrowed money that has to be paid back. And the interest payments are getting higher and higher and higher in this country. And leaving the government with very little fiscal space. They know that austerity measures are on the cards. And that is one of the reasons why they rushed the election. But you are not fooled. You can tell, you can see how difficult things have become for ordinary people. You can see how many people are in need. And that is why we are bringing to you three outstanding candidates, three people who have got something to offer you, and seats are going to move in St. Philip. I see one of the people on the other side sent out a report to say what they have achieved and what they have done. And I see they have their 600 hampers. You imagine that the people are so out of touch that you are writing down and boasting that this is an achievement, that you give out 600 hampers. You get 2,400 votes and you go and give out 600 hampers. 1 out of every 4 of the people that vote for you. That the fact that you have to give up so much hampers and people can't make ends meet, it tells you about the failure of the government, the failure of this administration to provide for people that people can afford that to keep the cost of living down. It is their taxes. It is their taxes. It is their policies that have driven up the prices and made life difficult for ordinary Barbadians. The phone calls that you get every day. When it's time for school, the microphone where you know the children going to go back to school, so I call you. Even a store owner in town said, I am hearing about all these big figures and all this economic thing, but I have never in all my years, 20 or 30 years he's been in town, he said, I've never seen this level of need. And that level of need is translating tonight into people demanding change. We got to do something. They're not fooled. So, and you, the people of St. Philip, the wise men came from the east. So we're fully expecting that we're going to lead the way. We're going to lead the way for the other constituencies from here in St. Philip. So much has been happening in St. Philip. A lot of development. But the original areas, the original tenantries, look at the difference between Ruby Park and Ruby Tenantry. So many things have been happening and building around, but the ordinary St. Philip people, the original areas, the original housing districts are being left behind. But the three candidates that are coming will talk more about their plans and so on. So there is a lot of difficulty in nothing has gotten better. The cost of living is at its worst. It's very difficult for people. But thank God there are three good candidates that are coming. I was with Mr. Marshall, the candidate here in St. Philip South. And we had spent some time at a school with the school sports. We had mingled with the parents, and we were there supporting, godchildren and so on, and there. And as we were leaving, there were a group of children, small children in their colors, red house, green house, all the different colors are there. And Mr. Marshall looked at the children and says, you see this? This is why I am in it. We cannot leave these children. We cannot leave the future of these children into the hands of this administration. That is why I will march on. We cannot and we will not in this country leave the future of the children in the hands of this administration, because these people, their thing is about popularity and about votes, and they will expose children to every manner of indecency that they shouldn't. That's how we'll put it. But we have some upstanding candidates here. And I want to say to the people of St. Philip, when you look at the polling from the last election, there are as many as across St. Philip, about 5,000 supporters, 5,000 members of the Democratic Labour Party that stayed at home last election, and we allowed some other people to get home by default. So I am appealing to you this time. Don't stay home. Don't give the other side a default victory. We can do it. We can do it. We will do it. Just come out and vote for Simon Clarke. Come out and vote for Neil Marshall. Come out and vote for Dr. David Estwick, and let the seats move. Good night and thank you.
When a man talk truth, stand up firm and don't bow. They don't attack the message, they attacking them. So let we deal with that tonight. Hey, why they calling you rats? Cause you reliable, accountable, truthful, honest. You man stand up for the facts. Why they calling you rats? Reason, accuracy, transparency. That is the man in the house.
Thanks to Shaun Trucker again for bringing the fire here tonight. Strong leadership requires empathy, courage, and clarity. The next candidate brings all three of these qualities, with a deep commitment to families, communities, and fairness. She understands that policy must touch real lives, including the women, young people, workers, and seniors. A candidate prepared to speak to people with integrity. St. Philip welcomed the candidate for St. George South, Ms. Felicia Du John.
This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Respect the minds of nations. Dignity across the land. What matters to the people guides every step we take. Country before convenience. This is the pledge we make. DLP puts you first.
Good night, good evening, Rices. Oh, we have to say that louder than that. Good evening, Rices. Good evening, St. Philip. Good evening, Barbadians. Are you ready to vote? Are you ready to vote? They believe that you're not ready. And it is one of the reasons they chose to give a snap election, because they believe that the people are not ready. But let us reassure them this evening as we move forward that we are more than ready. We have been preparing for this day. Are we prepared? Are we prepared to remove this corrupt government in Barbados? Are we prepared to bring back good governance in this country? Are we prepared to bring back people that care deeply about the development of this country and about people? My fellow Barbadians, a few days ago, I listened to the news and I saw someone begging for a third term. Do you believe that they deserve a third term? Do you believe that they deserve a third term? My fellow Barbadians, for the last 7 years, we have observed the kinds of conduct by this government. We have observed what representation looks like under this government, and under no conditions are we prepared to give them our vote. Under no conditions are we prepared to stand in line to give the Barbados Labour Party our confidence, because they have violated our trust. They have violated the trust of even our children. Let us not forget, it is the same Minister of Education from this constituency that violated the trust of our children. Let us not forget, it is the same government that ignored the cries of parents when they championed and cried on the behalf of their children, that their children should have safer schools. Do we remember that? Fellow Barbadians, do we remember when parents had to walk up and down every day to get their children out of school because the schools were infested with rodents? Do we remember? We are not going to cast our votes to persons that have violated our sacred trust. So we see them, and some of them are on social media, and they're saying that for some reason that the Barbadian government is more than equipped to serve you another third term. And for some reason, they have, you know, the little red booklet that they have. And even by the size of the booklet should tell you how much they have done in 7 years. In 7 years, what have you been able to produce for the people of this country? In 7 years, have you honored our plea? In 7 years, our children have continued to suffer, and our elderly in our constituency, the elderly in our country, they have continued to suffer under this government. We have seen it in our communities. We have seen it in our various villages. I have met them as I've gone through the various constituencies with my comrade. And some of them are so heavy on my heart that sometimes I have to ask God, why? Why are you allowing me to see those things? Because these matters are serious matters that this government has failed to understand. We have elderlies in our communities that have not had water in their houses for 2 years. Yet they have representatives in their constituencies. And when our comrade leader and when the Democratic Labour Party says that we will remove the taxes on pensioners, what did they say? It is unachievable. How is it unachievable? These are the elders, the foundations of our society. I believe at every opportunity that we have the roles and responsibility to always care for our elders and our pensioners. And if we are to remove the taxes, we say yes. We say yes, and we agree to that. The Democratic Labour Party will continue to stand on the fundamental rights of all citizens of this country. And when the Democratic Labour Party leader stood up and said we're going to decrease the VAT to 15%, we got to clap for that. Because these are the things that change and transforms the lives of individuals. And we as a society, we are responsible for every member of our society. This is what we call collective governance. And what do we hear? The other side is telling us that, no, we can't achieve it. That if we reduce the VAT, that perhaps our economy will collapse. But when the 60 million went disappearing, did the economy collapse? When they gave all our millions away, did the economy, did it collapse? When they plan on giving money to foreign investors from our tax-paying monies, did our economies collapse? No, because we are putting people first. We are putting our citizens first. And when a Democratic Labour Party is in government, we always put our people first. The Democratic Labour Party is a party for the people, by the people. It is deep-seated in our hearts. My fellow Barbadians, we know what we've been going through for the last 7 years. 7 years of almost 4 elections, because remember we had 2 by-elections under this government. And they have the audacity to ask us to give them another term. Are we giving them another term? Are we giving them another term? We have to send a very strong message to them. Because when our comrades from St. Philip come on board, we know where your vote will be. We will put all the X's where it's supposed to be. We will ensure that when St. Philip is called, that we take all the seats in this constituency. Because when we look at the MPs in this constituency, every single one of them has failed the ministries and the people. From the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Agriculture. I saw a little poster that say that he's the man. When has he been the man to serve the people? Agriculture has continued to decline. Our food security is under threat. This government has completely destroyed the education system in this country. We have had almost 5 ministers of education. And one of the things that we have to remember, that education has always been the pillar of our society. And one of the things that we do know is that the Democratic Labour Party takes education seriously. It is what transforms our society. It is what transforms our persons within our society. It is what transforms our children to be reproductive citizens and productive citizens within our society. And it is for that reason we have decided that we are going to use all our efforts to not only transform education, but to transform the individual. We have seen education decline over the years under this administration. We have seen our young persons and their performance. We see it. We see the struggles that our children are going through. And our political leaders have reassured us that not only that we have to think about the academics and the extracurriculum activities, but also that we're going to ensure that our children receive the kind of nutrition that is possible for them. And it is one of the reasons why we will ensure that every child receives a breakfast at school. So our breakfast programs will be coming on stream under the Democratic Labour Party. We're going to ensure that our school feeding program, that our children receive the meals that are nutritious for them. Remember the Democratic Labour Party, we had a building right here in St. Philip. And rest assured the school minute program will be re-ensured, that we will establish and return and ensure that all our facilities are returned back to that building that we instructed and constructed under the Democratic Labour Party. So comrades, Barbadians, be prepared. We know about the voters list. You know you have to ensure that you're on the list. Wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, because we are not going to miss the opportunity to vote them out. We are not going to miss the opportunity to vote them out. Call your neighbors, call your friends, call your family members, call everyone, even call the bees, because they vote in the Democratic Labour Party too. Because they know under the Democratic Labour Party that progress is a must. Progress is a must under the Democratic Labour Party. I am telling you, comrades, I'm telling you, fellow Barbadians, this is our election. This is the election of the people. We have suffered enough, and we are not, under no circumstances, are we going to give them a third term. No. There's this popular song, if you're fed up with them, what do? We let them go. If we're fed up with them, what do? We let them go. So we're going to vote them out. Come February 11th, we're going to vote them out. Good evening, fellow Barbadians. Good evening.
Putting people first, putting Barbados first. This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Respect the minds of the nations. Dignity across the land. What matters to the people guides every step we take. Country before convenience. This is the pledge we make. Who's you first?
Thanks again to Felicia Du John for presenting here tonight. I want to shout out two of our candidates who are here with us. One being your next representative for St. Michael South, Mr. Nathaniel Boyce. And your next representative for the city of Bridgetown, Mr. Dale Rowe. Now we turn to St. George North, a constituency that demands planning, discipline, and leadership. This candidate understands development, not just growth, but growth that benefits ordinary people. He believes in infrastructure, governance that makes sense, and policies that improve daily life. A steady, thoughtful voice ready to serve the people. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the candidate for St. George North, Mr. David Waldron.
Strong like a lion coming in with force to represent the people with pride. Need help right here, no need to fear, cause Waldron is here. Yes, Waldron is the guy looking for Tony. We all know she's a phony, so try calling her and see if she pick up. But we all know she'll leave you to skin up. Waldron is it?
Good night, St. Philip. Good night, Races. I am here to give representation to three wise men. Do you all know who the three wise men are? I will start with Simon Clarke. Wise man Simon Clarke. Dr. David Estwick, another wise person. And Neil Marshall. They make up the three wise men. Now, I must let you know who I am. I can't just stand here and don't let you know who I am. Of course, they say my name is David Waldron. And who is David Waldron? I'm a business person, a teacher, I'm a community activist, and I love people. All my life, I've served people. As a member of the DEO, the District Emergency Organization, which I became a member in 2000, I became a consultant with the Ministry of Agriculture when I started the program to help annihilate the invasion of the giant African snail. In that program, I had the privilege of meeting people all over Barbados, doing town hall meetings, building community teams. I was able to destroy over 20 million snails using specially designed incinerators. Now listen to me. If I can destroy 20 million snails, how difficult would it be to destroy 30 bees? Come on, though. How difficult would it be? Well, as a consultant to the Ministry of Agriculture, I also got close to agriculture, and I became, after some study, I became a consultant in organic agriculture. The reason I love agriculture so much is because agriculture is sustainability. We cannot survive without agriculture. And there's a reason I'm sticking to agriculture tonight, because of the constituency and where I stand right now. And what is happening to agriculture right now, I have to stick to agriculture. This country is the only country I know where agriculture is not prioritized. Imagine that we cannot sustain ourselves, we cannot feed ourselves. So far, I was looking for the information regarding how much we are producing, and someone said 3% of the food we eat we are producing, and so, to me that don't sound right, because this is not the Barbados that I have grown up in. Because if we are only producing single digits of what we are eating, God help us, if we ever have a real war or any real disaster situation in the Caribbean that prevents the movement of food into Barbados, we will starve. And we will starve because we have a government that does not have a plan for agriculture. Now listen, I don't like bashing people, but under this present Minister of Agriculture, all I have seen is decline after decline after decline. We have decline in poultry. We have decline in pork. We have decline in cotton. But, you know, I need to ask a question. When the cane season starting? When we can get the sugar crop? When the crop can start? Anybody know? I am trying to figure out what has happened to sugarcane in Barbados. I have seen sugarcane build houses and move houses from chattel houses to bungalows for several families in this country. But for some reason, this government is so good at destroying. It has destroyed the very industry that has built Barbados. And we are comfortable with that. As my colleague said earlier, are we going to vote for that? Are we going to vote for a third term of decline? We must take serious look at what is happening to this country and how everything seems to be declining. Only today, as I was canvassing my constituency, one of my constituents said to me, you imagine that as bad as this year Frandel was, when Frandel was in power, I had savings. She said I had savings. You know what that means? It means she don't got the more savings. And I'm gonna ask you a question tonight. How many of you still have savings? You understand? So are we satisfied to keep these people in power who are making us poor and poor and poor. They say that under this administration that we have a lot more homeless. The percentage of homeless has gone up. The percentage of jobless has gone up. So obviously, all the fancy reports about GDP and all this kind of thing, which is foreign language to most Barbadians, because most Barbadians don't even understand what GDP means. What people understand is that when they go to the supermarkets, it is very expensive to live in this country. Anyhow, I am not going to behave bad here tonight. But I have to say to you, that if the people of Rices, if the people of St. Philip, if the people of Barbados make the mistake of putting this government back in power, let me give you an idea of what's going to happen to you. One, bus fares are going to go up. Why I say bus fares are going to go up? This government intends to privatize the transport board. And when the transport board is privatized, who as a business person is going to run an unprofitable business? It does not make sense. So I'm saying to you, because St. Philip is a rural community, just imagining a businessman owning a transportation business, moving people from Bridgetown to St. Philip. Can you imagine if you were a business person, would you bring a bus from Bridgetown with 5 people in it to St. Philip? It will not happen. Business people think dollars and cents. Another thing that you must be aware of, and I want you to understand, that very often you get the clouds before you get the rain. And here's the cloud. This government sent, I don't know if they did it, but they were going to send out a letter to all parents and guardians to show how much it costs to send school or to school a child. I am saying to you that if you put this government back in power, you are going to pay for education. That is going to happen. It's just a tester. The letter is just a tester. Why send a letter if you don't have intentions? They are going to make you pay for education. You're already paying for health care. It is, even you go to the hospital, there's services that you have to pay for. And these are all services that the Democratic Labour Party would have put in place for this country to make the lives of everyday Barbadians easier. So we got to be careful and not allow ourselves to get caught up in the color thing, you know, red and yellow and that kind of thing. Because it is more than color. We have to look at record. The record that the Barbados Labour Party has is there to be examined. Look at your own life. Look and see what's happening to you. If you are comfortable with what is happening to you and you vote this government back in, be prepared. Be prepared to face the fire. Another thing that you're going to have to pay for, and I'm going to say, you notice the garbage truck has a camera of some sort on the back of it, and you notice your garbage can have a code, a barcode. That's not for styles. The barcode will go up to the camera will take a picture, and a device on that truck will weigh your garbage. And when this government gets back into power, you will pay for garbage by weight. So when you got the heavy stuff, don't put it in your garbage can. But I'll make it easier. Don't worry about the heavy stuff. The Democratic Labour Party will be in the government come February 11th. You will make sure that the Democratic Labour Party is the government so that you don't have to pay for your garbage collection by weight. There's a lot that will come. forget about your fancy promises. Do not get hoodwinked, because this government has been around for 7 years. And amazingly, election is called, and just like Houdini, these people are working all kind of magic tricks to make you believe that they're interested in you. The leader of this government, anybody remember COVID? You remember COVID? You remember how disrespectfully we were treated, how our leaders spoke to us as if we were little children? Y'all remember that? When a hard years, we don't wear your mask. Yet she did die cliff down there, socializing without a mask. Right? So reality must set in on us. There must be some taste of reality. We must understand that we are dealing with a tyrannical leader. We are dealing with a leader that don't have very much respect for us. And unless we recognize that, we are going to dance around and play around. We need to get serious. We need to vote them out. We need to get this government out. It will get worse if you put them back in there. You will suffer more because we are suffering. We are all suffering. St. Philip, message from the home of the lion, St. George North. You got the 3 wise men. Make use of them. These men have a lot to offer the people of Barbados. These wise men have a lot to offer the people of St. Philip. I'm begging you, don't make any silly mistake. Don't go February the 11th and not vote for these wise men. Please, you need to make wise decisions. Otherwise, you regret if you make foolish decisions. Thank you, St. Philip. Thank you for having me up here. And I implore you, vote for your 3 wise men.
This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. Respect the minds of the nation.
Thanks again to David Waldron for coming here from St. George and bringing the fire to St. Philip. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the moments that you have been waiting for tonight. Let us welcome the 3 persons from St. Philip who will be going back to Parliament: Simon, David, and Neil.
Just turn to the ends. We are here to save you from men. Look out for the Dems with message and vision. So place your X for Neil, David, and Simon. So we take it all 3. We take it all 3. All 3 of the St. Philip constituencies. We take it all 3. We take it all 3. We ain't leaving none for the weak. Our democracy is under threat. And if we don't make a change now, we regret. Right before our very eyes, the facts we cannot ignore. The rule of law has gone out the door. And we're seeing Trump-like behavior that is not good for this country. So use your X and please use it wisely. So turn to the Dems.
I'll go to our next speaker. The next speaker understands people at their most vulnerable. A medical doctor who lives right here in St. Philip. He knows firsthand the connection between health, dignity, and justice. He understands that health care is not a privilege, it is indeed a right. Tonight he speaks not only as a professional, but as a member of his community. St. Philip, let's welcome Dr. Elvis Wickham.
DLP, putting people first, putting Barbados first. This is the DLP way of governing. Higher standards, open hands. matters to the people, guys, every step we take. Country before convenience, this is the pledge we make. DLP puts you first.
Vote Barbados first. Good evening, Rices. Good evening, St. Philip, land of my birth. Good evening, Barbados. Pleasant evening to those viewing online as well, both here at home and abroad. My DLP family and supporters, we are here to put Barbados first. There are those with a global agenda who only pretend that Barbados matters because an election is imminent. While Captain Planet was busy trying to save the world, our island has been suffering, our beautiful Barbados. At one point, she had 26 parrots in cabinet with her, and Sandra Bradshaw confirmed recently that in that party, only one opinion matters. I am here to endorse Comrade Neil in St. Philip South, my colleague and comrade Dr. David Estwick in St. Philip West, and bright and early on February 11th, I will be at the polling box to vote for my next representative in St. Philip North, Simon Clarke. Give it up. They are part of a Democratic Labour Party team that will put Barbados first and will not sell our policy positions for campaign contributions. The concerns of our citizens will be put first. There are so many reasons why we need to turn out and vote in the next election. Voting in Barbados used to be very simple until this Barbados Labour Party administration. Voting in Barbados was very simple. I remember when I turned 18 in May of that year. There was an election in September. I went and voted. No fuss. When I had turned 16, I had gone to the EBC, I got my adult ID card, and 2 years later, I voted. Full stop. It was simple. We have a Barbados Labour Party Mayor Motley administration that in the 2022 general election stole the right to vote from over 6,000 Barbadians and are looking to do it again. We have not forgotten. Presently, there are hundreds, possibly thousands, whose names have dropped off the voters list mysteriously. We have dead people scheduled to vote and living people who are not on the list. And not that long ago, well before all of this technology, voting was very simple. In Barbados, you turned 18 and you voted. Now, the outgoing Prime Minister has been trying to rewrite history, saying that her grossly excessive travel was to bring in grant money to Barbados. By the way, most of that grant money came from one source, the Green Climate Fund. Now, does one need to take over 100 trips in 80 months to access funds from one source? Absolutely not. By the way, the last Democratic Labour Party administration sourced about $230 million in grant funding with far fewer trips. She said something recently about coastal and beach erosion. Yet, they're building hotels on the beach. Make it make sense. Something isn't adding up. Cruise ships destroying our coral. Park their compliments the Prime Minister's permission. And if you're so concerned, Captain Planet, about saving the planet, why are you flying around on so many private jets high in the sky, releasing exhaust fumes, damaging the ozone layer, heating up the Earth's atmosphere, and killing the same planet that you are trying to save? It doesn't make any sense. Haven't you heard about teleconferencing and the internet? She is addicted to traveling at our expense. has been all over Barbados, begging people to give them another chance. So I was wondering, another chance to do what? The various candidates, their presentation has been so poor that the PM has been telling constituents, if you can't vote for them, then vote for me. So give them another chance to do what? So I'm going to ask some questions, Rices, and you're going to help me answer these questions. Are we going to give them another chance to ignore the water woes of Barbados? The Prime Minister was the Minister of Water Resources, and only now pretending that the water issues in St. Peter and St. Lucie matter. What about the dry taps in St. John, St. Joseph, St. Andrew? Are we going to give them another chance to write off tax debt that friends and family members owe? We will not. By the way, writing off those debts while poor people have to deal with high VAT, while we have to deal with solid sewage tax, while we have to deal with garbage tax, while we have to deal with that fuel tax at 40 cents per litre, while we have to deal with a health levy, are we going to give them another chance to do this to us? No, we will not. Are we going to give them another chance to give away more of our land to friends? No. The PM has been behaving like an absentee landlord. Absentee because she's hardly here. Landlord because she thinks that she owns the land and she can give it away without our permission. And the 27 parrots said yes, of course. They didn't ask us. 27 parrots. I am very sure that most of us, including Barbados Labour Party supporters, did not agree with that decision. Are we going to give her another chance, give them another chance to give more money to confess criminals? No. Why has the government, by the way, refused to deal with the crime situation? Why have they refused to bring anti-gang legislation to Parliament? Is it because the threats will run very high and get too close to them? Are we going to give her another chance to rack up more frequent flyer miles and add to the 10 billion borrowed since she's been in power? No. Are we going to give them another chance to tell more lies about the debt situation? Because that is what they did. March last year, we borrowed 8.4 billion. December, in the same parliament, we borrowed 7.4 billion. And now January of this year, in the very same parliament, we borrowed 4.8 billion, lying to the people of Barbados about the debt. Are we going to give them another chance to hire more highly paid, useless consultants? We have no idea how many, what they get precisely, and what benefit to the people of Barbados. I'm sure they'll help them get elected. Are we going to give them another chance to give away more of our money? 225 million to be given to foreign companies. Are we going to give them another chance to do that? We will not. Are we going to give them another chance to spend more of our money recklessly, like they have done on the drone show in Carifesta and building a bird nest at Newton? Are we going to give them another chance to do that? We will not. A box light up there too? My word. Are we going to give them another chance to break more of our laws? Yes, I said it. Preventing people from voting in 2022. Letting our flag go into a grave. Paying 2 deputy commissioners of police for an entire year when the law allowed for only 1. Are we going to give them another chance to pass more nuisance legislation? Tint. Like somehow Tint is to blame for our crime crisis. The cybercrime bill, which is aimed at suppressing freedom of speech. Sections 19 and 20 of that bill are very dangerous. And after the people of Barbados raised concerns, penalties were increased from 7 years and 70,000 max to 10 years and $100,000. Are we going to give them another chance to ram that legislation down our throats? We will not. Are we going to give them another chance to pass legislation such as what they wanted to do with the warrantless wiretapping? We had 2 senior members of cabinet get up in Parliament and lie to the people of Barbados about the contents of that bill. A caring government puts the well-being of its citizens first. A Democratic Labour Party government will put the well-being of its citizens first. The PM has not put Barbados first. She is trying to save the planet and busy looking after friends while we suffer with terribly high costs of living, horrendous roads, violent crimes, and dangerously inadequate public health care. No one in this audience wants to go to QEH tonight. Not one. But yet, it is our only hospital. I hope none of us have to go there tonight. By the way, as I was about to say, and Doc reminded me, only 3 operating theaters working right now. Serious AC problems in the others, air conditioning problems, and I am told from a source, a lot of mold. And that's 3 out of 13. While our hospital is crumbling, the PM has been busy traveling the world on private jets trying to save the planet. The minimum wage increase has been a joke and has contributed to inflation. If you really wanted to give persons relief, you would have reduced VAT as you had promised and ensure that businesses make the adjustments. I'm sure Doc will talk more about that. So are we going to give them another chance to pretend that they care about us and our well-being? We will not. The Democratic Labour Party historically has prioritized Barbadians and the well-being of its citizens, and that remains our priority today. We will look to build an economy that benefits not just a few, but all Barbadians. The point is to be emphasized that it is the money of the people of Barbados. It's our money, not the Prime Minister's money, to spend and do with as she pleases without accountability. We still do not know what was spent at Carifesta. Hope, where she promised an investigation, not that we actually believe she was going to do it, still unaccounted for dollars. At least 60 million wasted. A lot of courage and grass growing through the houses. We do not have to ask ourselves which country we are in, because we hear things on the call-in programs that we do not identify with. Living the bourgeoisie life, the fancy life. We don't, because we are out there interacting with people every day. My patients are terrified of those 3 letters, QEH. The roads are terrible. Poor climate change getting blamed for that too. Madam Prime Minister, the country is Barbados. And we in the Democratic Labour Party will put Barbados first. We will reduce VAT. We will put meaningful measures in place to tackle crime. And we will prioritize improving health care. This is the Democratic Labour Party's promise to the people of Barbados. Now, I know you want to hear these 3 good gentlemen behind me, so I will not take up more of your time. But I do encourage us, on February 11th, come out in our numbers and vote. Between now and then, call your friends, call your family members, your neighbors, your co-workers, and encourage them to come out and vote. We know all is not well. On February 11th, it will be shown that the power of the pen is mightier than money. The Barbados Labour Party will hear the voices of the people of Barbados with the stroke of the pen or pencil. And they will be voted out of office. Rices, St. Philip, Barbados, good night. God bless. Stay safe.
just that. St. Philip, this next voice represents courage and consistency. A candidate who has never been afraid to stand firm, even when it was not popular. He believes in representation, and it knows that it means showing up, not just at election time, but every time. A son of this parish, committed to putting people first before politics. St. Philip, rise and welcome your next representative for St. Philip North, Simon Clarke.
Just turn to the bench. We are here to save you from men. Look out for the Dems with message and vision. So place your X for Neil, David and Simon. So we take it all three. We take it all three. All three of the St. Philip constituencies. We take it all three. We take it all three. We ain't leaving none for the beat. Our democracy is under threat. And if we don't make a change now, we regret. Right before our very eyes, the facts we cannot ignore. The rule of law has gone out the door. And we're seeing Trump-like behavior that is not good for this country. So use your X and please use it wisely. So turn to the...
Good evening, St. Philip. Good evening, racists. Good evening to my Democratic Labour Party family. You know that song is very appropriate. Things wrong in St. Philip North. Things real in St. Philip South. And nobody don't care with nobody in St. Philip West. I stand before you tonight, not just as a candidate, but as a fellow Philippine, born and bred right here in St. Philip, who believes that you deserve better, better safety, better opportunities, and better service. I want to say to you tonight that I am a true servant of the cause, that I am committed, that I am dedicated, that I am devoted, and most importantly, that I am loyal. This outgoing MP, and I don't mean member of parliament, but MP meaning missing person, was out canvassing, and I got some calls from some constituents asking what you want. What the people of St. Philip North want is representation. Proper representation in St. Philip North. You know, I saw the interview, and it really pained me to watch. She said the only issue in St. Philip North is the roads. Where she living, who she representing. I want to know where she living and who she representing. We have a lot of issues in St. Philip North. The cost of living, transportation, crime, health crisis, and roads. But you know, it's not all about pension, you know. It's about representation. The Democratic Labour Party put people before power. It's all about representation. And I want to address you a bit on the cost of living. And for all those who know me, know that I'm an attorney at law. I'm not an economist, but I don't have to be an economist to know what my pocket knows and to know what your pocket knows. I don't have to be an economist to know that. Things are difficult. Can't get electricity bill paid. Can't put gas in your car properly. Can't put food on the table. But make a determination to send school children or buy food. If they send school children or buy medication. This is the Barbados that we live in. I was told that when you go to 6 Rows, sometimes go to the pharmacy, no medication there. No, this is a modern 6 Rows. 6 Rows is a town. And it's time that we see an ambulance in 6 Rows. It's time that we see a fire truck in 6 Rows. Let us lift up 6 rows, not just come to 6 rows and cut ribbons before the elections. If it's social empowerment service, because the press should have gone behind that building in 6 rows and see the $53 million and it's still laying on the ground. The grass going up through it. And we need to further cross, getting back to farm road, the school meals department that's not being used. Horrible. They should have cut the ribbon cross there too. Jump before elections and put 4 agencies together. The National Assistance Board, the National Disabilities Unit, Welfare, and Child Care Board all together. And pass the legislation up in March in relation to Child Care Board only. How this can function? We have 4 boards functioning before, but now we can function 1. It can't function. It's about the social services that we are paying so much taxes in Barbados for. That is what it's about. That is what we need. We need proper representation here in St. Philip. You know, everything open in paper, we always hear about GDP. As I said earlier, I'm not an economist, but we always hear about GDP, growth. Growth all the time. But when we get to Emerald City, we can't see that growth. When we get to Popular, we can't see that growth. We're not seeing it. We're not seeing that growth when we go to the gas station. All we are seeing from this government in relation to solutions are taxes, taxes, taxes. Every minute is a tax. Taxes, government. You know, this government is all about big speeches and international rankings. But I can't feed a mother in St. Philip with 3 children on 1 salary. It cannot feed a mother in St. Philip with 3 children on 1 salary. We need real economic leadership under Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party. I'm sure that some of you all who were in Oysters the other night would have heard some solutions from our leader. We heard that VAT will be going back to 15%. And what that will do, that will reduce the cost of food, utilities, and households will now have more spending money. And that is a fact. But in relation to businesses, reduce operating costs, improve cash flow. You don't have to be an economist to know this. It will reduce it. It will reduce the cash flow in a company. There are a lot of small businesses out there, and these small businesses are suffering too. But the Democratic Labour Party will lift up those small businesses in Barbados once more. When we look at VAT in relation to tourism, it's cheaper now, and we know it as Bajans, it's cheaper now to go to Panama. Once time Barbados was the main attraction in relation to tourism hub. But people ain't coming to Barbados no more because they have to look at the accommodation, dining, entertainment, everything is expensive. We need some tourists coming here. And I'm sure that we'll hear some more about tourism from Richard Seeley. But we need to get some more tourists in Barbados. We also heard that the sewage tax will be cut in half. I know it for a fact. Because I was walking the streets in St. Philip for a long time, unlike the outgoing representative. And everyone in St. Philip is crying about their water bill. In fact, some people's water bills are cut off because of that. In 2026, we need to ease. Stop taxing us. Taxes, taxes, taxes. You know, I want you to know that when food becomes unaffordable, nutrition suffers. And when nutrition suffers, health suffers. And that is a fact. And now that I'm speaking about health, we know that the outgoing representative was the former Minister of Health and Wellness. And she resigned in early 2024, as she said, for personal and professional reasons. But I see that as walking away from leadership. And it gets worse, because we all saw patients laying on the ground at the hospital recently. And that was painful. That could be you, or that could be me, in that same position. We saw patients laying in the hospital, and she ain't
even come out and give one solution. And as a medical practitioner, not one solution she gave. That is representation. Is that leadership skills? We will vote her out on the 11th of February 2026. We, the Democratic Labour Party, we will invest in preventative health. There are a lot of diabetes out there, hypertension, heart disease. Why not invest some of this money in preventative health? Rather than foreign investment with $225 million, and all that you have to show is that you have an intention to invest in Barbados. No, not our taxpayers' money. Our taxpayers' money needs to go in our health and education, two key sectors in Barbados that is suffering. We need to look at a modern health infrastructure, and I will advocate for that being in 6 rows. I will advocate for that. We have to look at public health partnership. Public and private partnership, we need to look at it. We need to look at the private doctors around the area. They can be contracted to do work and ease the polyclinics. As simple as that. But I want to touch briefly on transportation. Briefly on transportation. I heard that the outgoing representative got 2 buses and she shuttled some people down to the party that I had done St. Lucie. But all she did that to was to celebrate debt and loans. 10 people down St. Lucie to celebrate debt and loans. That is all. And somebody behind me said brown water. Brown water. You know, transportation is not a minor inconvenience. That's a very important social service. People on the Bayfree Road telling me it's sometimes they get a bus at 6, they don't get in at 7, they don't get in at 8, they might get one at 9, or sometimes 10, and sometimes you can't get a last bus. I don't want that you're going from St. Philip after 6 o'clock to go work in town. Or you better go a car, or you're going to start riding out bicycle. You better go a car, or you're going to start riding out bicycle. Colin Savannah and Society Road got to one of the worst in Barbados. An hour and 45 minutes if the traffic good from Bridgetown to Colin Savannah or Three Houses. That is ridiculous. And they made it worse because after 6 o'clock, that bus now has to go through Dash Valley and come back through Carmichael. So, are you saying that you bring in 35 buses? In fact, 1 month you're saying that you're privatizing the Barbados Transport Board, and next month you're in the port with a press conference with 35 buses. Make it make sense. And I understand that 52 more on the way. Who are those buses going to? Who are those buses going to? In the middle of an estimate. But you can imagine what hardship was coming in our budget. No, Bo, let me call elections. No, Bo, let me call elections. But we, the Democratic Labour Party, will fix the issues. We will fix the issues because we are putting Barbados first. Them first. Transportation is a public service, a public right, and a public necessity. We, the Democratic Labour Party, we will deliver a reliable public transport service. We will not just say our solution. You know what? I can't get this handled. I can't get this management handled. Let me sell it. No. The Democratic Labour Party will put proper management in place to govern the transport board bus in Barbados. Let me touch briefly on crime, because I know we got some more speakers behind here. But let me touch briefly on crime. Crime is striking at the heart of our communities. I grew up in St. Philip, I still live in St. Philip, but I grew up in St. Philip and I can't remember ever having a key for my house growing up. Because you can left the door open, you can't strike it at the heart of our communities. I grew up in St. Philip and I can see the former AG in front of me standing up. And I had a lot to tell him. But what this last AG do? He left office and all he know for is to take legislation. He was on pre-retirement long time. On pre-retirement long time. No solutions whatsoever. I came up with a National Advisory Council. The former chairman resigned. Since then we had 2 co-chairs and nothing yet to the public. That is a useless and hopeless council. Useless and hopeless. We have to look at the police. And you heard the political leader and the next Prime Minister of Barbados. Speaking here tonight in Oysters, put your hand together for Ralphie. Who we rolling with? Who we rolling with? That's it. Said the Barbados Police Service needs a fair promotion. And these police here, when they go to training school, you know they have to pay for breakfast, they have to pay for lunch, they have to pay for dinner. Now if these police going into this training school and has children, how they going to send to school? How they going to pay the mortgage? How they going to pay for a vehicle? Is this fair? No. That's an essential service, and the leader pledged to treat them fairly when we be in government. Put your hand together for the Barbados Police Service. Plays an important role in the criminal justice system in Barbados. Now, crime also affects health, because a gunshot victim could cost us in excess of $100,000 from ER to meals to nursing to post-hospitalization care. It could cost us $100,000 at any surgery intervention. But you know the hospital wanted 2 blood gas machines recently for $100,000, and a private company had to raise funds. We all heard the ads on the radio. A public company had to raise funds to get those 2 blood gas machines. But yet we can have a Prime Minister Cup with a price of $100,000. We need to prioritize $100,000, and as Dr. Wickham here is always saying, over $300,000 for a trip to Ethiopia to open a dam. Well, dam! To open a dam, well, dam. I want to touch briefly on community development. I'm the spokesperson for that. And you heard the leader also speaking about local government. You know, they're always undermine Democratic Labour Party. And that was evident in 1984 when they closed the community development and was only opened back with a barrel-led government in 1986. And then in 2018, they also closed the constituency councils. A council that will provide opportunities for young men and women in Barbados will create jobs. And we pledge to bring that back. We pledge to open the community centers. We pledge to have them as service centers. Only this evening, a man in Blaze said to me, the guys just play dominoes and cars and we socialize. And we can't even get the key to use the bathroom. I tell you, don't worry, that's soon over. You will get the key soon to use the bathroom. And more will be happening in those community centers. I was asked recently, just before elections, by some parents, Simon, what you gonna do? What you gonna do for your children that don't 11 plus? And they talk about it long and hard. And I will provide lessons for all class 4 students setting up common entrance in May. I spoke to some teachers, and the teachers agree. There are 5 primary schools in St. Philip. I don't know if you outgoing MP know that, but there are 5 primary schools in St. Philip. St. Philip Primary, Hilda Scheme, Bailey's, St. Catherine, and the one I went to, St. Mark's Primary School. 5 proud primary schools in St. Philip North. And I will provide that lessons for those children who cannot afford it, leading up to the common entrance exam. I will provide that. Look, it is time for real leadership. Leadership who will put the well-being of people first. We, the Democratic Labour Party, are focused on long-term solutions. I am committed to create opportunities for young men and women of St. Philip North. And I'm sure my colleagues will say the same thing in relation to St. Philip South and St. Philip West. I am committed to the betterment of St. Philip North. I am ready to serve you. The Democratic Labour Party are ready to serve you. Honest voices for the people on the 11th of February. Please to come out and vote. Come out and vote early. I want to see long lines. I'm asking for that support. Let us bring back St. Philip to the St. Philip we know, St. Philip we come from. Stand tall with Simon. Let us rise, St. Philip. We are taking all 3 constituencies in St. Philip. We rolling with Ralphie. Who we rolling with? Who we rolling with? Thank you and God bless you. Good night.
It's a new season, a new day.
be your next representative for St. Philip North and telling you tonight why the bees are red and ready to be out of office. Our next speaker tonight is a candidate who knows these communities, these concerns, and these aspirations, and this meeting is being held right here in his constituency. He believes that development must be in each and every corner of St. Philip South, a leader ready to serve with energy, commitment, and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the candidate for St. Philip South and your next representative, Mr. Neil Marshall.
Here to save you from men. Look out for the Dems with message and vision. So place your X for Neil, David and Simon. So we take it all three. We take it all three. All three of the St. Philip constituencies. We take it all three. We take it all three. We ain't leaving none for our baby. Our democracy.
Good night, St. Philip family. I am impressed by your presence here tonight. Crowd looks lovely, energized, and we are ready to take over St. Philip South, St. Philip North, and St. Philip West. Thanks, Annie. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very unusual situation here, not only in Barbados, but of course in St. Philip South. We are supposed to have a representative Thank you. We are supposed to have a representative who, from the time the elections were called, had all these entire streets plastered with posters up and down, humbugging the place, making sure that they take up every available spot that no one else can even put their face. But recently, I have seen with my own two eyes where one of their same operatives has been tearing down their own posters and putting up no posters of the Prime Minister. So it seems like the Prime Minister is now the representative of St. Philip South along with Indar Weir. So I have now two persons instead of one to battle with here in St. Philip. And I understand that that is the same right across the island. But, you know, there's something called too much exposure. I want you that every time you look at a poster of the Prime Minister staring back at you, that you should feel a sense of anger. I don't think that she realizes that that is exactly what is happening. Every time you look at the Prime Minister along with the representative for this constituency, all it has the effect of doing is making you angrier and angrier and angrier when you think what these people have done to Barbados. And what have they done? You know, come the 11th of February, you are going to have a very, very important decision to make. That decision, of course, and the exercise of that decision is how you will vote in this general election. And by your vote, you will determine who leads this country, who manages the various ministries, and of course, who represent you in a constituency. Now, all three of these levels must work together. the leaders in government, prime minister, leaders in ministries, and leaders in constituencies. And if they don't work together, they all fail together. And what we have seen in Barbados is a complete failure of governance in Barbados, right from the top, right down to the bottom, through the ministries and into the constituencies by the members of parliament. That is no different than occurs here in St. Philip South. For nearly 8 years, the people of St. Philip South and Barbados has lived with the consequences of that failure. And what are these failures, ladies and gentlemen? These failures are one, a crippling cost of living. Secondly, an epidemic of gun crime and violence. Thirdly, a culture of corruption, unaccountability, and a lack of transparency. And what does that mean? A crippling cost of living basically empties your pockets, your purse, long before the end of the week and long before the end of the month. So for you weekly paid persons, you usually get paid on a Thursday. You can guarantee that by the time you go to the supermarket Saturday morning, on Monday you scrunch in bus fare. And praying to God that Thursday comes. You are now struggling to see how you will get through the month. When we talk about an epidemic of gun crimes and violence, what that does is turn the whole spectre of fear into your daily companion. Each day you live with fear. It has the effect, it affects commerce and your very daily activity. How long you stay out at night. If you go to a party, when you come home, how do you do? It ends up wasting your tax dollars. That is what corruption does in a society. It takes your hard-earned dollars and it misuses it for private gain with no accountability, no transparency in anything. And of course, Dr. Wickham and Simon from St. Philip North touched on that healthcare system. And when you have a failing healthcare system, it leaves the sick suffering and the vulnerable at risk. I don't like to get into knocking the healthcare system, not the healthcare system, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, day in and day out, because the reality is that hospital down there on Martindale's Road is the end of all of us. When all is said and done, I don't care how much money you have. You have to go there for medical care when all is said and done. As much money as you have, and you go to one of the private institutions, depending on your situation, you still end up at the QEH. The QEH is really the responsibility of all of us. And there is serious need to see that it works and it functions for the purpose for which it was built. You had videos going around showing in real time the suffering that persons endured in the accident and the emergency department. Persons lying down on the floor in their own urine, at times in their own feces. And the Prime Minister, as usual, hot and sweaty, run up there with a whole entourage. I understand she cussed everybody black is blue. And talking nonsense as usual about we're going to unpackage this. What really does she mean by we're going to unpackage this? Unpackage what? The people want solutions from you and tell them that they're unpackaging this and unpackaging that is of no help to them. But that is symptomatic of the Prime Minister. A lot of fancy talk, a lot of cliches. That means absolutely nothing. She says, oh, persons are laying down on the floor in the casualty because they're trying to get comfortable. Well, I would lie down on the floor if I was sitting down in a chair for 3 days. I don't think she ever tried to sleep in a chair for in excess of 3 days at times. And that's at the high end. So when you get this sort of insensitivity to the real suffering of persons, you know, what are you supposed to do? But the Democratic Labour Party, and anyone will tell you that when that hospital was under the ministry first of David Estwick, then Don Villeneuve, and later John Boyce, that hospital had made significant improvements in the delivery of health care to Barbadians, and there's no doubt about it. The Queen Elizabeth Hospital is worse now than it has ever been in Barbados. We had recruited Dr. Dexter James, who in my estimation and in the estimation of everyone else, did a fantastic job at that hospital. And we left that hospital in a manner, it was not perfect, but it was sufficient enough to deliver good primary health care to the citizens of Barbados. Correct. You have a crumbling infrastructure, roads, water, and all the services are falling apart while bills continue to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on of the ills of the country as presented and presided over by this administration. These are not accidents, ladies and gentlemen. These are the direct failures of the current representative and the leader and in the form of the Prime Minister. These are BLP failures, and you must not let them pass it buck to anybody else. They need to step up and own them. I'll go back to some of those issues that we spoke about. That cost of living. There's no denying it. You can't get away from it. Families now have to juggle what I call impossible choices. Do you buy food or do you pay the electrical bill? Water or rent? Do you pay the mortgage or do you put gas in the car? You know, a trip to the supermarket has now become headache, stressful and humiliating at times. And it has, all of us has experienced it. You stand behind somebody in the supermarket line, and every 2 minutes, and every minute, the asking cashier, stop the bill there and give me a subtotal. Then, you see them take out some items and rest them back there to put back on the shelves. They have to make a decision if this week or this month they can buy food or they can get a few toiletries. And each week they're settling for less and less. How many of us seeing a little old lady or old gentleman or ordinary working age person who appears to be employed, getting ready to put back something, and you tap them and you say, or you tap the cashier and say, don't bother, I'll take care of that. How many of you have done that already? See people ready to put back goods on the, sometimes a small little item, a tin of milk, a tin of corned beef, a pack of biscuits. and you have to aid out that person with the extra $5 or whatever it is, so that they can go home and at least be satisfied that the grocery bill that they came to get was satisfied. Every week, persons are increasingly facing utility bills with due for disconnection. All the time, especially the water bill. Without garbage and sewage tax. A garbage and sewage tax for some of the worst service that has ever been provided. And for half of you who don't even have a sewage system. That is the reality in modern day Barbados, where on average at least $45 now goes on to your water bill to pay for an irregular and at times non-existent sanitation service. This isn't the fault of somebody overseas. This is poor leadership. And they're walking around with posters talking about strong leadership. It is poor leadership. You have an epidemic of crime and violence like going on with these things. You've had a 56% increase in murders between 2018 and 2025. That can't be normal. You know that in 2024, I think we had about 52 murders. And in 2025, I think it is around 49 or 50. But the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, is that you are guaranteed a murder a week in Barbados. A week has it 52, a year has it 52 weeks. So each week, you can sit down patiently and expect that somebody will be murdered in Barbados, but worse yet, by guns, which has now become the weapon of choice in Barbados. The cursed Adrian Buffett up and down Barbados, when we had 13 murders in a year. You know what that guarantee of a murder a week is? You know that's more predictable than your garbage collection? Because sometimes you sit and you wait, you ask yourself if the garbage truck ain't coming. 1 week gone, 2 weeks gone. In some cases, 3 weeks gone. 3 men dead in Barbados by a gun. But you garbage and collect. That's the priority of people of this administration. Let me tell you something, huh? That crime has effect of shaping how businesses operate and how communities live. It is very real. Simon will tell you, he spoke about all the gunplay up there in North. But we've had it here in South, and we've had it here in West. Each of us can point within the St. Philip communities or St. Philip communities where someone has met their death by a firearm. Short above here. In this racist community, Jameswick, the gas station, 2 and 4 roads. One recently out in Chapel, right now? One in Chapel. I mean, you have situations, we had chop limes. And in one instance that I know for sure, one of those entrepreneurs canceled a shop line because the environment was too uncertain to bring patrons up there. Can you imagine that that is what not only St. Philip, but Barbados has come to? That is absolutely unacceptable. But let me say to you, ladies and gentlemen, we're in St. Philip South today. And the person who should be under prosecution is the representative for this constituency, who has been a monumental failure in every aspect of leadership. As a minister of agriculture, he has failed farmers and he's failed this country in relation to agriculture. All sorts of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money has been spent on all sorts of harebrained projects. Even where those projects had some sort of semblance where they could work, the maladministration meant that they could not be successful. Millions of dollars put into medicinal cannabis industry. All the taxpayers' money down the drain, and not even a blade of medicinal marijuana exported. The importation of foreign agriculture and animal produce that undermine all of the farmers' work in Barbados. A licensing regime that has seen, for example, imported pork for processing find itself on the shelves in Barbados as fresh pork. Who you think suffers for that? Pig farmers in Barbados have to suffer for that. Gluts are created by the importation of food that can easily be grown here, and is grown here at times, such as carrots, melons. You can speak to these farmers on this Headings area, Curtains, River, by Simon, and all over the St. Philip parish. And they will tell you the challenges that they constantly face by the mismanagement and the maladministration by the representative up here as a Minister of Agriculture. Even within our communities, I traveled through Curtains number 3 yesterday when the rain fell. And you would not think that persons in Curtains number 3 pay the fuel tax. The fuel tax is supposed to direct resources towards roads repairs. Those people out there are suffering, being flooded out, and the road is in a dire state. And 7.5 years with the economy that's supposed to be doing so well, he can't get that fixed. Out in Gemswick, same flooding, simple well. But you know what? Let me say this. I am not run to run from a challenge. Come the 11th of February, I, Neil Marshall, we the Democratic Labour Party, will take ownership of those problems. We're not going to pass the buck and say that we inherit them and we this and we that. They will be ours. And you can rest assured that we will do what is necessary to bring relief to those problems which those people face in those particular communities. Our traditional districts, the developments will take care of themselves because persons just paid a lot of money to get a nice road, all the infrastructure. But our traditional villages continue to suffer, all in Ruby tenantry. Ruby Park needs some rehabilitation. It's now over 50 years old. Sandy Hill, what places in Diamond Valley still need developing. And all of our traditional districts need serious work done. And it has been the failure of the representative for this constituency to address many of those issues, particularly where the large tenantries in Barbados, where persons have a statutory right now to purchase their properties. We have 6 roads as a city center, a town. Simon spoke about that. And we together, along with David Estwick, have made the determination that once the Democratic Labour Party come the 11th of February, sometime around midnight, forms a new government in Barbados, that city centre in 6 roads will be designated as a town and will get all of the benefits that go with the Special Development Act for development for small entrepreneurs and so on. We have determined that there needs to be a space created for small entrepreneurship in 6 roads. We welcome all of the investment that comes to 6 roads. But St. Philip belongs to we. And we as Philippines must have a stake in 6 roads. We will no longer be relegated to scotching on at the side by the welfare office or to be trespassing at the entrance and exit of Emerald City Car Park. Our entrepreneurs in 6 roads need a space as well. And we have determined that that space needs to be at the front and center of 6 roads as opposed to being hidden away somewhere in the back. Civic Center, Simon spoke of that. David will tell you of other plans that we have for 6 roads to deal with that traffic congestion, which now on Highway 5 on evenings runs right down to Hampton and Carrington, and on mornings it runs right back up to Stirling, the Groves and Stirling. So ladies and gentlemen, that is my take on this constituency. There is a lot more that can be said and will be said in due course as we have our spot meetings and our other national meetings. But ladies and gentlemen, I implore you, you need on the 11th of February, that is a Wednesday, you need to get up early in the morning. Don't wait till late. Get up about 5 o'clock. We won't complain if you're in bed, but at least wash your face and brush your teeth. Get a hot cup of tea and make your way to your designated polling station. Whether it be the Methodist Church down the road, whether it be out Stroud Land, whether it be in Jones Land, whether it be out in Gemswick. And you go in that booth, you take your entire family. And in my case, I want you to place an X firmly and squarely in the center of that box, next to the name of the Marshal for the Democratic Labour Party. I want you to do exactly the same in St. Philip West for David Estwick and for Simon Clarke in St. Philip North, so that all 3 St. Philip seats will lead the way. As Simon said, as Simon says, close to that midnight hour, when everything is tallied, we as a parish should be making our way down to George Street to celebrate with our other colleagues throughout Barbados as the Democratic Labour Party returns to the government of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much.
Seats are moving, one day ago. Seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, seats are moving, one day ago. Seats are moving, seats are moving. Yellow is the code, determination in love. Young men's rise up, we carry in below. Future in we hands, Barbados we see. Seats are moving, jump on the DLP. Seats are moving, we push the bus.
Give it up again for Neil Marshall, who will be our next next representative for St. Philip South. And as the seats are moving to Parliament, we want to acknowledge Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong for St. Michael North, Ainsley Granger for St. Michael East, Rorit Hines for St. Thomas, and Charles Worrell for St. James North, who are here with us tonight. It is indeed a pleasure to introduce this next speaker. He stands for integrity matters and courage. This next speaker has served Barbados at the highest level and has never been afraid to speak the truth to power. A medical doctor, a former minister, and a relentless advocate for accountability and transparency. A candidate for St. Philip West, and a man prepared to fight for his parish and this country. Put your hands together for Dr. David Estwick.
Is under threat, and if we don't make a change now, we regret. Right before our very eyes, the facts we cannot ignore. The rule of law has gone out the door, and we're seeing Trump-like behavior that is not good for this country. So use your X, and please use it wisely. So turn to the Dems, you can count on the Dems. We are here to save you from mayhem. Look out for the Dems on our Savior's mission. So place your X for Neil, David, and Simon.
Let me say a pleasant good evening to everyone. Again, my distinct honor and pleasure to be on this platform of the Democratic Labour Party. And I want to start off where my comrade and good friend Neil Marshall has finished. And I will start with dealing with how we will attempt to work on the development of 6 roads and how we can resolve some of the critical problems that now exist in that particular area. One of the things that we have looked at is how we're going to manage the traffic situation in 6 roads. It is now at the point where something has to be done. And the way we are proposing to manage that something is this. We have to start diverting traffic from 6 roads. And the way we start the diverting of traffic from 6 roads is that when you are coming up from Hampton, we are going to repair the road right opposite the D.D. Garner in Hampton that goes from Marshfield straight to Sunbury. So that people who are heading, going to Church Village and St. John do not have to go in 6 roads and then turn left. What we're going to do is that we're going to request that we take the train road and we punch the train road straight out of 4 Square. So that when you're coming up there, you can break right and then go down 4 roads. You do not 4 Square. You do not have to then go into 6 roads from that position. What we are going to do is that the traffic that is coming from the east, there is a road that is right above Groves that take you into Nursery. We will open that road up so that those people who are coming from Sterling can use that diversion and do not have to go into 6 roads. That will radically change the problems in 6 roads with traffic congestion on a regular basis during the day. What we will also look to do, as my comrades would have alluded to, is this. When we punch the road from Train Road over to 4 Square, we are going to proceed to ask the government to compulsorily acquire the lands on the east and on the west. And on the east side of that those lines that are there, that is where we believe that the fire station should be put. That is where we believe an ambulance service should be put. That is where we believe a proper police station should be built in 6 roads. We also believe that the land on the western side, once it is acquired, that will be used to put a daycare center for the children in 6 roads and St. Philip. We also believe that we will use that facility to put an elderly care center down there as well. And then the lands in that area would now be designated an area for the locals in St. Philip to increase their vending services to everybody coming and going in St. Philip. That is how we will manage that affair. And then we, as my colleague Neil Marshall would have said, we will strengthen that by asking to have 6 roads to be designated as a special development area, just like St. Lawrence Gap, just like Oistins, so that we can get the appropriate investments up there, tax and duty free. That is how we're going to develop up there. And that is the best thing that we think we can do to create the opportunities for locals to have piece of St. Philip to be able to apply their own trade and develop the country. Now, let me therefore now switch gear. The gear I want to switch to is the record of the Prime Minister. I want to start first with an attempt to deceive the people in this country. Look, I want to say that I can respond to Kerry Simmons very soon. And when I'm done with the tale, I guarantee you, he can plant more big rocks through windows and cut up more car tires and cut up all the blast and punch up tires. Build big rocks, through the windows of a motor is required to provide access. To, and I'm reading it, and it is a quotation from that Samoa agreement. It says this: comprehensive sexual education. And under Article 18.3, Barbados is to advance LGBTQ ideology in concert with the principle of non-discrimination and human rights, and provide, listen to this one, autonomous, listen to the word, autonomous sexual rights for your children, and provide sexual education for children. In fact, the Committee on the Rights of the Child states should review and consider allowing children to consent to certain medical treatment and interventions without the permission of the parents or the caregivers, interventions without the guardians, inclusive of sexual health services, contraceptions, and abortions. Every minor does not have the mental capacity to make decisions regarding their own sexuality and treatment. But you know what? I would put on my medical hat. It is known that critical parts of the brain are not developed fully until about age 20, 21. Those critical parts of the brain are known as the seat of judgment. It is known as the prefrontal cortex. Don't mind the fancy terms, but I'm saying this for a reason. The other two areas that are not developed until around that time is two areas known as the amygdala and hippocampus. Those deal with short-term and long-term memory. Now, this is what I'm coming to. This one is what I'm coming to. If I just said to you that those parts of the brain are not fully developed until about 21 years old, and you are created in Barbados situation where the minors, young people, can take decisions about their health, their medical decisions about sexuality, and medical treatments and so on and so on, at a time when they are not yet developed to make those decisions. Listen to this one. What is incredibly invasive is this. Regarding comprehensive sexual education, the Samoa Agreement proposes this. That between the age of 0 and 4 years old, primary schools in Barbados should introduce knowledge about masturbation. Do you all understand what I'm telling you? I'm reading from the document. Between the age of 4 and 9, they should introduce things about gender identity to 4-year-old. And between 9 and 12, tell children about the first sexual contact. And between 12 and 15, teach your children about the coming out, homosexuality. Absolute nonsense. This is the time when your children should be taught the basics of reading and writing and arithmetic. This is the time where your children should be taught about ethics and behavior. This is the time when your children should be introduced to a computer so that they can use it for learning and research, and exposed to the basics of how that computer can help them develop themselves. But you're going to tell me that they're going to bring on you to sign the agreement in the night, in the dark, without you knowing. And look, this is the other one that floors me. This is a European Union agenda. And the values that they are introducing are alien to Barbados. I said in Independence Square, I think it was, that we don't need parenting lessons from the European Union. And I said, without reservation, that the state should not become the parent of our children. I will also say this, that they were and signed an agreement that allowed the country to opt out of implementation. They refused to implement the section that would have given them the right to opt out of implementation, which means they trap you into what I am telling you with the Samoa Agreement. And I want to say this, every Barbadian who can read and write, go and read up on the Samoa Agreement yourself. Right? Barbados should have held the view that nobody is coming to impose illegal, immoral, anti-religious tendencies or practices on us. We are a sovereign country where our laws determine our behavior. and regulate the conduct of our government. It is not foreign laws or international treaties. Barbados has a well-established parliament. Furthermore, can you imagine the audacity of the agreement saying this? That the treaty, this treaty that the sign onto and sign you into, supersedes, listen to the word, supersedes any agreement that members party to the agreement would enter to. How can somebody sign that? You know what? So the treaty is the be-all and end all. And when I told you all that there was a clause that we could opt out of implementation, let me tell you what it's called. Because you know they like to put me on TikTok and TikTok. Well, they can put me on Instagram, Facebook, I don't care. It is the sovereignty clause that I told you that they could have used the sovereignty clause as a tool that allows them to opt out of the implementation. They didn't do that. They went and signed that on your behalf. They sold out the country. Now you understand why K. McCartney allowed the IDB survey that told little children 5 and 6 about telling people about their sexuality in 5 and 6 years. That is why. Now you understand why it is that they try to put same-sex bathrooms in primary schools. Now you understand. Now you understand why they are going ahead with the comprehensive sexual education in Barbados. Now you understand. God just sold you out. And all of the values that you grew up with as a country of a Christian and other denominations in this country, they want to come and tell you what you should become and what you should do with our children. To hell with them. And let me make it quite clear too, because in the agreement, there is something called sexual fluidity and gender fluidity. Let me tell you what about it. So you understand? Because it's in England and it's in the European Union, they want to bring it down here. Let me tell you what it is. Look, that means that it's all right to be a boy today and a girl next week. Then you can put on boy clothes today and put on a panty tomorrow. So, all of a sudden, like, you're a female, you're now sexually fluid, so I can have man this week and woman next week. A bunch of nonsense that is not part of our culture, man. I was a young boy when we have people who do what they want to do. If a man like a man, but he darn business. If a woman like a woman, that's a business. But it should not be dictated to by nobody around the world and put into no agreement that we sign on to. And I ain't gonna be part of that. And I ain't gonna tell them that we ain't going down that road. I was very easy. It was very easy. Let me also make it clear. And I know speaking from someone with knowledge of biology, in that my first degrees are in biology and chemistry and those things. And then for my medical training. So, if a man feels that he's a woman, that'll make you one. If a woman feels she's a man, that'll make you one. As far as I know, a male has an XY chromosome, a female has an XX chromosome. You might feel you're a man, so be it. I ain't got a problem with that. But anyone, and I'm telling you that a man has a prostate, he has testicles, he has a penis. And when he's a woman, he is the one. And a woman, she has a vagina, she has a uterus, she has a cervix, and she has a fallopian tube or oviduct, and then ovaries. Because you feel you're a man, you ain't one. I ain't got a problem with you like woman, that your business. But it should not be in the laws and my business like you fight against it. You know why? Because 2 eggs can't produce a child. 2 sperms can't produce a child. So I am going to dictate and fight for what I know is the only way that you can maintain humanity and advance humanity, man and woman. And I am going to die standing up for what I know is the way God made it. I didn't make it so. I didn't make it so. Look. And they want to put it on children. Let me go quickly to another one that bothers me immensely. This Barbados Identity Management Act. Let me say, without a doubt, that in Barbados, there is something called the Constitution, which is supreme law. There is an act in Barbados known as the Citizens Act. The Citizens Act and the Constitution of Barbados defines how you are a Bajan. You are either Bajan by being born one here, or you are Bajan by descent. Your parents get you from overseas. You become Bajan because your mother and father. You can be a Bajan. Also, if you, what you call registration, you live here for long enough, and you can go and what you call naturalization under that with the Registration Act. Now, pray tell me, the Constitution and the Citizens Act say this: if you are a Barbadian citizen, you have the right to a passport. You have the right to vote. You have the right also in Barbados to have a driver's license and to access all the services of government. To have a passport, a driver's license, a right to vote. And then I can tell you, you need to go and get a digital ID in order to vote. In order to get a passport. And in order to do the things that you have the right to do as soon as you are conferred Barbadian citizenship under the Citizens Act and the Constitution of Barbados. I will not stand for that. I will not stand for it. And I can tell them, go and come back again. Go and come back again. You see, the problem them got with me is that I come with facts. Challenge me in the facts. But some people tell me, Estwick, don't drop some little words on them. So I'm trying to be decent. I'm trying to be decent, all right? But I wanted to understand what I'm saying, you know? The Trident ID in section 510 says this: you need the Trident ID to get a Barbadian passport. Something that you got when you are a Barbadian citizen under the Constitution and the Citizens Act. It says, you need the ID, but they give you the right to vote. You need the ID, a right to apply for a driver's license and access government service. Look, ladies and gentlemen, understand what they did in the night as they attempted to undermine your rights as Barbadian citizens. They're going to get rid of them. They're a bunch of bastards. The next one that I want to speak to very succinctly. But Barbadians seem sometimes that these people go at night and pass legislation. I'm now speaking to the cybercrime bill. A bill that is an affront to your democratic rights in this country. A bill that is designed to undermine your right of freedom of speech and expression in this country. Let me explain to you what I mean. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would understand this. When something is subjective, there is not an objective measurement for something subjective. So if you can't measure something, how are you going to pass a law around it when the law is about certainty? When there's an accident, you can see the dent. When there's a bullet hole, you can see the hole. When a gun is fired, you can see the shell. Pray, tell me, how are you going to tell a Barbadian that if he says something and annoys you, he should get fined for $100,000? How do you measure annoyance? How do you measure inconvenience? How do you measure what you say to somebody that they may take it insulting? Then we know enough people that would be in court every day. And this is the one that bothers me most of all. Because as a medical doctor, I treated many people with anxiety and emotional distress. If you say something to somebody and they get anxious, they can charge you and you got to pay $100,000 in fines. Because they say you cause them emotional distress and anxiety. Look, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious matter. As I said, why it is serious is because those particular situations in medicine we will call them symptoms. And doctors don't treat symptoms. We treat signs. And we treat in regards to the diagnostic tests that we do, which are certainty. But when you're going to tell a man that you're going to pass a law, and then you say something to somebody, and they take it as an inconvenience, this is nonsense. The last one that I'm going to say here to you today is this wiretapping legislation that was spoken to earlier. Look, we have said, that is our leader, and Corey Greenwich and others, that Section 52B from that bill should be removed. What that bill says, and that section says this: it gives the Director General of a so-called anti-corruption and anti-money laundering agency that is appointed by a politician the right to determine that they can go and tap your telephone without a judge giving indication that there's prima facie evidence for you to make a case that should happen. He can go along and do it. Also the Commissioner of Police. In every jurisdiction that I have looked at, there must be a case made to a judge, a high court judge, to say, look, we have evidence that X or Y or Z is involved in matters. You make the case, and when you make the case, you get that search warrant. You should not have in this country a situation where those warrants can be given by not having a judge giving the oversight and authorizing those situations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious matter. And I'm saying that what I found even more incredible was when Guy Smiley was moving the bill in Parliament. You know what the man said?
quoted. He said that the measure they introduced the white tapping, even though they have in section 55510 that does not allow the involvement of a judge, this is what he said. The measure would place long used but little discussed police techniques on firm legal footing. The man admitted he was breaking the law. The man admitted in Parliament that he was breaking the law. Look, you know, there's something called the road to Damascus moment. And it bothered me immensely because High Court Judge Belgrave had a report. And Belgrave in that report made significant statements in regards to that wiretapping issue in this country that was being done illegally. And I would want to say to all Barbadians who can Google, oh, y'all friends, get the report and read it. Get the report and read it. But the two elements of that record that I want to say quickly before I wind up are these. We have a prime minister that believes that she's the moral conscience of the world. She believes she's the world police. She believes that she should go and talk about poor people in Africa and the children, and we got poor people down here and children are starving. She believes that she has the right to go and talk about the war between Israel and Hezbollah, Israel and Hamas that was going on for 5,000 years, and she up there talking a bunch of nonsense. She up there talking and engaging, getting involved in international matters, flying all about the place, talking fancy manicure speeches that had nothing to do with Barbados. And when you look around, the healthcare system in crisis. You look around, our road infrastructure in crisis. You look around, our educational system in crisis. And I'm going to say something quickly about that. Can you imagine that Barbados has come to the point where 61% of Barbadian children leave secondary school without one certificate, and she out there just getting shit in Africa? Can you believe that we have come to the point where the last report on repeat offenders put out a few months ago? That report said 95% of the young men who are repeat offenders cannot read above the level of a 6-year-old. How did we get here? How did we get here? See, stand home, I'm gonna do some work. You see, the other thing, you have a situation where the welfare department is in full crisis. 2023-24, Kirk Humphrey said that the welfare department, he had 3,000 welfare recipients, and the number doubled to 6,000 in 1 year. Stand home and do some work. And Kirk Humphrey in that statement said that the bills for the welfare department for rental, for paying rent for people. Went from $1 million to over $2.5 million, which means Barbadians suffering and struggling. Stay home and do some work. And I will say, ladies and gentlemen, there will be another time for me to speak. The next time I will speak on the economy of this country. But tonight, I want to say to all of you who are listening this evening that this party, don't mind all the fancy talk, we are well prepared. We have a good mixture of senior former government ministers and the young persons. We are working jointly together with our leader, Ralph Thorne, a man that I've known for about 40 years plus. And I am going to make it quite clear. I serve as chairman of the Economic Council of the government. I serve as chairman of the Economic Committee of the Cabinet. I serve as chairman of the Infrastructure Committee of the Cabinet with responsibility for investment. And I can bring every skill and capability I have to the Democratic Labour Party and to Ralph Thorne. I am no traitor. I am no rat. I am no one who's a double crosser or a bushwhacker. Nobody can get me to cross for no reason. I stand here and I can use my skill and my capacity for this great Democratic Labour Party. And I want you to go there and defend this party on the 11th. Go there and defend this party. They have failed you miserably. And we brought the evidence tonight to you. And I can bring the evidence with the economy the next time I speak. You will make your own decisions. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
So let we deal with that tonight. Hey, why they calling it rats? Was it reliable, accountable, truthful, or red? Team and stand up for the facts. Why they calling it rats? Reason, accuracy, transparency. That is the man in the house talking play like that. Play like that. They couldn't call you wrong, so they call you rats. Try walk up and
Give it up again for Dr. David Estwick, your next representative for St. Philip West, and for continuing to bring the energy here tonight. We want to acknowledge another candidate, the candidate who's going to win St. Lucie, Ian Griffith. Now is the moment that you all have been waiting for. St. Philip, are you ready? Barbados, are you ready? Stand on your feet and welcome our political leader of the Democratic Labour Party and your next Prime Minister of Barbados, Ralph Thorne.
Let me deal with this one time. All this mess, all these lies, all these lies. Who will confess? Ready them? Fire! We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who will confess? We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who will confess? Ralphie, Ralphie.
Clean up this mess.
Money gone. Who will confess? In this.
sharp, he know how to win. He law and logic, he keep them tight. He bring order to the parliament fight. R-A-L-P-H-I-E. We all in this with right beat. R-A-L-P-H-I-E. Stand up tall for unity. You head the cabinet, not the state. So respect the law before it's too late. Illegal business done on the floor, not in your mind behind closed door. He cool, collected, full of class. He use the facts and bust up, she up fast. He shaking down falsehood, clean and neat. Ralph drop logic on every seas. War is the built-in bill, now this new move. Free movement by imagination to prove no legislation to pass immigration. Gated, telling visitors come citizens way. Ralph say, hold on, let's get it straight. Law before limelight, check him on day. He watching close, keep people clap. Cause Ralphie catching every trap. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. One vision, one people, one destiny. We all in this with Ralphie. He crossed the floor to unite the country. Now everybody singing harmony. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. We all in this with Ralphie. Yes, we all in this with Ralphie. 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 When the bills start twist and spin, Ralphie stepping again. When imagination start on the stage, Ralphie pull it straight. Are you getting this? We all in this with Ralphie. Barbados! Let me deal with this one time. All this mess, all these lies, all these lies. Who go confess? Ready them? Fire! We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? We sticking with Ralph to clean up this mess. Money gone. Who go confess? Ralphie, Ralphie.
Clean up this mess.
Money gone. Who go confess?
We thinking with Ralph to clean up this mess.
Money gone need Ralphie.
Clean up this mess.
Money gone. Who go confess?
We thinking with Ralph to clean up this mess.
Loans by loans, the whole thing stress. Money disappear, pure recklessness. Gemma saying gone, that is madness. QX still crying, full of badness. And Lucy waiting, nothing progress. 120 mil gone, that is a mess. Bitch and fed up, truth must manifest. Bring out the books, let the nation assess.
We thinking with Ralph to clean up this mess.
Money gone, who go confess?
We thinking with Ralph.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, St. Philip. And this is a place, St. Philip is a place of high standards. And you really don't come to St. Philip unless you acknowledge that this is a landscape that has been committed to high standards. And I hope you will forgive me if I acknowledge Ambassador Stetson Wiltshire. I hope you will allow me to do that. Because a journey to St. Philip is not a journey made unless you acknowledge and recognize the heroes of St. Philip. And it was Stetson who, in the early 80s, came to St. Michael every year around crop over and showed that St. Philip was a place of standards and high standards. And he was not doing it through nuclear science or any of the more abstract disciplines. He was doing it through word and poetry and language. And language is at the heart of culture. And you've heard language from this platform tonight of high standards. A language that relates to our culture. And I say that because over the last 7 years of famine, and I always describe the rule of the Barbados Labour Party as 7 years of famine. And that is what it has been for the people of Barbados. We have declined as a society. We have declined. This culture has declined. And do not be surprised that I come tonight to first recognize and acknowledge the contribution of a man who has shown the standard, the high standard of St. Philip. And a man who took that beyond St. Philip and brought it to the stadium every year in St. Michael and extended it across Barbados and extended it across the world. Central Wiltshire, tonight, I honor you as a son of the soil of St. Philip. I want to thank another daughter of the soil of St. Philip, young Janine Butcher. Young Janine Butcher. I don't even know if Janine is 30 years old yet. Not yet. And we have seen the growth of this young lady in a political context over a very short time. And Janine has had to persevere with the youth arm of the party, the Young Democrat. Even in the context of significant departures, Janine has been as constant as the Northern Star, not for herself, but for her party. And not only for the party, but for the youth of the party, and not only for the youth of the party, but for the youth of Barbados. Janine, I want to acknowledge you tonight and to say thank you on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party, the seniority within the Democratic Labour Party. Janine, thank you. And your chairmanship of these meetings is second to none. A beautiful voice, a beautiful young lady, beauty in person and in spirit. This is St. Philip. And we are so proud. We are so proud to join seniority with the youth. And a man somewhere between the two. Dr. David Estwick. Dr. David Estwick is still carrying this party, is still the standard bearer for this party in this eastern end of Barbados. David and I met in the 1970s. David, can I do this? We met in the 1970s at the great University of the West Indies. And may I write his biography tonight? This excellent politician used to be an excellent musician, and he used to be an excellent calypsonian as well. And tonight I will say something about music. But David's experience shows that he is organically tied to his community, to his parish, to his country. And people who don't understand the love that people feel for David Estwick will now understand that even before he became a doctor, he was tying himself with the experience of the ordinary man and woman across St. Philip and across Barbados. And David, it makes me extremely happy that you have continued to be a part of this great Democratic Labour Party that tonight stands in the tradition of Errol Walton Barrow. I don't know. Who is this man? A mic has never been raised to me yet. A mic. This must be a special meeting. A mic has been raised for Ralph Thorne. They call me Rap, by the way. That's what they call me these days, and I laugh. Ralph Anthony Thorne is my name. And somewhere in between the triumvirate that is this St. Philip team is Neil Marshall. And when you see and you hear Neil Marshall, you see and you hear a gentleman. As soft-spoken as he is, he talks a lot, you know. He does talk a lot. And during the dark days of this Democratic Labour Party, the recent dark days of this Democratic Labour Party, we could always turn to Neil to steady the ship. Neil is a brilliant lawyer, and I hope I don't expose Neil to any violence. But it was Neil that was carrying this Democratic Labour Party legally through the difficult days that are behind us. Those days are behind us, and Neil Marshall, I want the people of St. Philip to know tonight that you are at the center, the very center of the survival of this great ship called the Democratic Labour Party. And Neil, we thank you tonight, and I commend to St. Philip South that steady hand, that steady mind, that highly moralistic man. I thought he should have been a priest, quite frankly, but he's here with us tonight. And Neil, I commend you to the people of St. Philip South. There's a young man with us as well, and I heard him make a speech in Fortescue a few nights ago, and he spoke with such clarity and without notes to assist him of the future development of St. Philip. I heard Dr. Estwick do it tonight as well. And this son of the St. Philip soil, I think he's related to the same man who I honored earlier. I think he's related to Stetson Wiltshire. I think he belongs to that strong St. Philip family, the Masons. But he comes tonight as a Clarke. Simon Clarke, we honor you tonight. And we are getting good reports. We are getting good reports out of St. Philip North about this outstanding and outstanding young man called Simon Clarke, who is already making the people of St. Philip North so proud. And I spoke of David's organic relationship with the people, the real people, the salt of the Barbadian earth. I spoke of David in that regard, and similarly I speak of Simon. There is not a proud, or let me say a proudful bone in Simon's body. A humble man. And he's not so big as a lawyer that he cannot spend his weekends on the cricket field with St. Catherine. He demonstrates belonging. And citizenship is about belonging. And he demonstrates that he belongs to St. Philip North. And cricket is at the center of Barbadian culture. And that is why Simon associates with cricket, because he sits at the center of Barbadian culture. He sits at the center of the culture of St. Philip. He recognizes and understands the importance of cricket. And he recognizes and understands that you do not speak Barbados in a context in which Cigar Field Sobers has made this country so famous. He recognizes that cricket sits at the very heart of Barbadian culture. And I want to thank Simon for expressing those talents and expressing them not in lofty places, but expressing those talents with, for, and on behalf of the people of St. Philip. And his athletic prowess, I understand, he cycled for Barbados. What talent. What great talent. I have only seen his talents in the court. I've seen a bit of his cricket. But when a man comes with this breadth of talent, it is hard to resist him. And so when I went to that, what I thought was going to be a small meeting in Fortescue the other night, it turned out to be a big meeting by the standards of spot meetings. And Simon has tied himself to St. Philip North and to St. Philip. And I don't like to say an easy victory, but it seems as if you, St. Philip North, intend to carry Simon Clarke into the Parliament of Barbados. It seems that way. And he's doing it on behalf of a great party, young Mason. I'm going to call him Mason tonight. because it is that powerful family of Bayfield and the easternmost parts of St. Philip from which he emerges. And I honor the Mason family tonight, and therefore I honor their son, Simon Clarke Mason. Simon, I am absolutely certain that you will join us in the Parliament of Barbados come February or March, or whenever we shall make the decision. Whenever we shall make the decision that the Parliament should first convene. And let me begin by saying this. I've walked across this country hearing that we are supposed to be fighting to be some strong opposition after the 7 years of famine. And I get angry because I ask the people who talk about us being a strong opposition, but what has the government achieved? What has achieved to make them deserving of a third term in office? And I say to the people who ask us to become a strong opposition, that is not within our language, that is not within our vocabulary. This Democratic Labour Party in 2026 intends not to be a strong opposition, we intend to be a strong government. And let the word go forth across St. Philip North and South and West, and all of Barbados. Ian Griffith is here tonight, and Ian Griffith is bringing home St. Lucie, and Dawn Marie Armstrong is bringing home St. Michael North, that we intend to be a strong government, because we are sitting tonight in the grips of a failed government. And the failure of this government manifests itself in education. And I want to say a few words about education tonight. Education. Because this Barbados that we have known over the last 50, 60 years, let us say 60, 70 years, is what it is because of something called education. All of us on this field tonight who have achieved at various levels have achieved in the halls of education. At the very lowest to the highest, we have learned in this country to respect the institution of education, and we demonstrate it. And when I say we, mainly the women. When you see the women on the 11 plus exam day, the common entrance exam day, and you see them peeping through the louvers of the examination centers, and you see them standing outside the walls of the schools where the children are doing the exam, they're doing that for a good reason. They are keeping vigil on their children. They are more nervous than their children. But they recognize that that is an occasion in which the life of that child is really at stake. Not physically at stake, but the life and the future of that child rests not merely in an exam, but it rests in a chance to be educated. And I always say that that conversation, I will say on perhaps every platform, that conversation between Errol Walton Barrow and James Cameron Tudor on the night of 1961, when this great Democratic Labour Party achieved success at the polls, was one of the most important conversations. It was a conversation that transformed this Barbados. It was a conversation that transformed this St. Philip. When Errol Walton Barrow asked James Cameron Tudor, what are we going to do with this mandate? The people had said they want the Democratic Labour Party. And as great as he was visited with a moment of humility when he turned to James Cameron Tudor and asked, what are we going to do with this mandate? What are we going to do for the people? And James Cameron Tudor uttered one word: education. Education. And it was the utterance of that word, education, that allows us to stand here tonight and to speak the language, not of lofty places, but to speak the language of progress. And this Barbados Labour Party has turned this country back from the trajectory of progress that this country was on. And it is manifested in education. I come to you tonight to tell you that education as an institution has declined. And when I speak of education, I am not speaking of snobbery. I am speaking of respect for learning. And the carpenter also is educated. He is. Drive around and look at the old houses in this country. Look at them. It is not easy to build a louver or jalousie window. Talk to the young people, tell them what is a jalousie window that you used to push up and close it, and it would remain closed on its own weight. And that was a combination, Doc, of maths and geography and science and physics as well. Yes, Derek, physics as well. That was an educated mind. Those old carpenters who you saw turning up on the bicycle with the brown bag on the bar and the saw sticking out and the hammer and the chisel, they were about education. Their minds were developed to a point that they built structures, they built houses that withstood hurricanes. And you know, today they push them down. And when you push down the old house, you're pushing down the old man, because his legacy disappears forever. But the point I made is that education does not exist exclusively in the halls of universities. But education is about nourishing the mind. And those carpenters and those masons, their minds were nourished to the point where they could physically build a country. So that is education. Education is a very broad concept that applies to labor and those we call the laboring classes. It applies there, and it applies equally to doctors like David. And David is of the laboring classes. And David is nor less, nor more educated, nor me, than the people who physically built this country and housed us, gave us places to live, gave us places of dignity, fed us, nourished us, and not nourished our hands, but our characters. Because that is what education is about. It is about building character. And when you find a government sets out on a path of destroying and dismantling education, it is destroying national character. It is destroying individual character. And that is why what happened in St. Lucie last week on a Barbados Labour Party platform, that is why it happened. That is why 2 little children were brought onto a stage at an event sponsored by the Barbados Labour Party. And I heard John Roit make a commentary today and castigated the Barbados Labour Party for bringing that quality of entertainment to the people of Barbados and bringing that quality of entertainment to people. And Jerome Walcott dares to criticize the parents. It was not the parents that invited the entertainer onto that stage. John made the point that it was the Barbados Labour Party that brought the man onto that stage. And that what he said and that what he did in handing that microphone to those 2 little children was abusive of those children. Child abuse. Child abuse. And it was an event sponsored by this Barbados Labour Party that happens to be your government tonight. And I say to you, we have no intention to be any strong opposition. It is our intention to be a strong government. Because this is a government that at every opportunity, it turns back the hands of education. It turns back the educational endeavor that fed our minds and built our character. Spring Memorial. And last year, yes, Derek, Spring Memorial. and the IDB survey of which Dr. Estwick spoke, and every example, everything that this government has touched has resulted in a dismantling of Barrow's education, of James Cameron Tudor's education. And that's why we must restore education. If we are to restore this country, the nourishing of the mind that builds character. I want to briefly say to you, I want to present a few proposals tonight for the restoration of that system of education. That is what, look, this platform is setting very high standards. And I have come here tonight to lament that under the Barbados Labour Party, education is losing its value. I spoke to you of the vigil that the mothers and now fathers keep at the doors and the windows of the common entrance exam. And that vigil is being undermined by a government that is de-emphasizing the value of education. This government, look at the examples every time that school is supposed to start in September. This government is so neglectful and indifferent to the lives of children. This government is so indifferent to the educational pursuit that they do not have the time even to do something as basic as fix the schools. I did not come up in a Barbados. I did not go to my modest primary school in Grace Hill, a Moravian church. There was nothing about those buildings that was, well, they were fantastic buildings, but they were modest buildings. They were modest. But they housed us. And we did not miss one day from school. Not one day. Not one day. And the governments did not have a lot of money. And our parents certainly did not have a lot of money. But we did not miss a day from school because of neglect of the physical plant. And in this country in which they're claiming is a $2-3 billion economy, our children cannot be properly housed unless they miss 1 and 2 days. Wesley Hall, my other primary school, Derek Allen and I went there. That's right. Proud of it. Check on Monday and see where the Wesley Hall boys and girls are. Scattered all over Bridgetown. And I went there in the year of independence. I was at Wesley Hall in 1966. And I survived an academic journey for 3 years in Wesley Hall, and I never missed a day at Wesley Hall due to closure. And these people are telling you, Barbados, that you are in a bountiful economy and that all is well, and your little children cannot experience an entire term at school unless they have to miss 2 or 3 days at Wesley Hall. And at other schools, Princess Margaret had it recently, David. All kinds of problems. What is happening in your country, Barbados? What is happening in your parish, St. Philip? Some people say it is supernatural. I don't know. I don't know. But if it is supernatural, let us say our prayers. Let us say our prayers from now until February the 11th. Because I know there's a good reason why the churches in this country are supporting this Democratic Labour Party. Because the churches in this country have mandated this Democratic Labour Party to be the party to elevate us out of the depths of despair. And they're praying for us. And let us pray with them. And let us restore the institution of education, not for our own sakes, but for the sakes of our children. I said the other night and I repeat it. This election is not about us. I am middle-aged. I am past the age of youth. I don't do this for self. We don't do this for self. This Democratic Labour Party is not about self-interest. We come here tonight to defend the interests of our children. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years from now, how many of us will be standing on this ground? We will be absent. But it does not mean that we must be absent from our responsibility to our children to ensure that the lives that we have enjoyed under the Democratic Labour Party, that they should enjoy as well under this great Democratic Labour Party. That is what this election is about. And don't let them come telling you any nonsense about you are not voting. Don't let them tell you that. This government has survived on a minority vote. 23 to 25% of the people in this country kept this government in office because the freedom-loving people of this country decided to sit it out. And we don't come tonight to condemn the freedom-loving people. We come to join with them to look at the future of this country, to look at the rights and the interests and the welfare of the children of this country. So we are not going to look back with regret and lament and complaint. Let us look forward. Let us carry this country forward. Come out in your numbers, St. Philip. Come out in your numbers and tell Simon Clarke Mason that you are going to be with him. Come out and tell Neil Marshall that you will be with him in majority numbers. And I know St. Philip West has made up its mind on Dr. David Estwick. I know that. Let us come to what we think needs to be done within the institution of education, and it is quite simple. And we have demonstrated to you that within Barbadian culture, education is at the very center of that culture. And we have recognized that. Look around at all your housing estates. Talk to a man who is 80 years old and ask him to compare Barbados when he was 10 years old and compare it with Barbados tonight, 70 years later. 70 years ago, this was probably a king ground. You can drive from here to Sam Lords or from here to Bridgetown. And the new topography that you see, the new landscape that you see, St. Philip, it's all about education. It is education that has elevated this country. It is education that has built the physical landscape that you see here. It is not only hands and hearts, but it is an opportunity given to the people of this country to elevate their lives, their physical lives into places of physical dignity. Maybe I don't want to hurt your feelings. Maybe I don't want to look back and remind all of Barbados how the majority of Barbados live. But we don't live that way anymore. And it is education. Give it some thought. It is education. It is nothing else other than education. And I said a few minutes ago, and I say again, the elevation has not only been physical, it has been moral. We've elevated the heart. We've elevated character. And that is what genuine education is about, I repeat. It is not only about becoming a doctor like David or Elvis and making money. It is about elevating an entire society. It is not individual. Education is not about an individual pursuit. Education pertains to an entire society. So that when a man receives his education, he does not build a castle separate and apart from others. He joins in a collective enterprise to build an entire society. And the new buildings that you see are not the end result, but they're the manifestation of elevated lives. They are the manifestation of dignified lives. And all of that comes from nourishment of the mind and the building of character. And something has happened. Something has happened in Barbados tonight. And that is why I refer to the incident with the 2 little children in St. Lucie. That is not us. That is not us. If there were 8 or 9 or 10, that is not us. That is who it is, Derek. Because it happened last year or 2 years ago at the Botanical Gardens. When a little girl, I saw this on video, a little girl was lying on the stage, lying down, gyrated, and there was an entertainer standing above her and giving her what the young people call instructions. Instruction. You know, education is about instruction and tuition. And that is the Barbados Labour Party's definition of education. So what happened last week is not the first time. This is consistent. And every BLP meeting is about human degradation. But it is fine for an adult to enjoy the freedom of adulthood to do what he or she wants. But do not condemn our children to this abyss of moral and social decay in which you're inviting entertainers to degrade children. And I'm going to remind you of this. You need to understand the beast that is in charge of this country. St. Philip, you need to understand the beast. And I am not going to be apologetic about this. I am not going to be apologetic about this. Mortley, you do not own Barbados. You do not own Barbados. And the time has come, and the time is coming when the people of this country will remind me, Mortley, that she does not own Barbados. The 11th of February, and you know, they're afraid of us. They're afraid of the people. They're afraid of you. They're afraid of the 75% that did not vote for her. But we coming forward this time. And that is why I say, ignore those who tell you about not voting. They are sycophants. They are operatives. They are filling the minds of those who doubt with further doubt. They are telling you that you are weak of spirit and of mind, and that you do not have the capacity to make a decision to rid this country of tyranny, of despotism, of dictatorship. Mortley is a despot, a dictator, and a tyrant, and she has to go. Let that be the resolution of St. Philip North, West, and South tonight. Let the endeavor, let the battle to remove this tyrant from the political landscape of Barbados begin here in the east where the sun rises. And the rebellion against the Barbados Labour Party will begin here in the east where the sun rises. And it will go across Christchurch and into St. Michael, the crucible of suffering. There's a lot of suffering in St. Michael. You want to hear a secret about St. Michael and much of Barbados? Because I said it. I said it in Bushall and a lady got vexed with me. I spoke of the suffering. I spoke of the suffering, you know, because we have a duty to speak the truth. And the truth is never entirely told unless the voice of suffering is heard. It is fine to speak of people in the lofty places who are enjoying what they call a bountiful economy. Governor of the Central Bank says, oh, this is a beautiful place to be. 17 quarters of consecutive growth. And what does the poor man, how does he relate to that? When he is told that there's 17 quarters of economic growth and he doesn't know what it means, because when he goes to the supermarket, when he goes to the supermarket, it doesn't reflect in the amount of goods in his basket or her basket. So the economy is growing and the goods in the basket decreasing. And that is the reality that we in this country are facing. And that is why we have to get rid of these people. They have mismanaged this country. They have mismanaged this economy. But most of all and worst of all, they're mismanaging and corrupting the lives of our children. You saw it last week. And we in this Democratic Labour Party, we in this Barbados, we in this educated Barbados will not tolerate it. We will not tolerate the destruction of our children. And you saw 2 years ago, this tyrant is calling for national prayer. National prayer. She wants national prayer. She discovers by WhatsApp video that the little children are behaving a certain way. And they're behaving like that because their lives have now become encircled and enveloped by a culture of moral decay, a culture of decadence, in which they do not relate to values and standards. And it hurts us. It really hurts us to see what is happening to our children. And the tyrant said she laments and she's sorry that this happened and she wants the day of national prayer. And I saw on a video in the back of some paling somewhere, more than likely Bush Hall. She wants prayer. And the same night, St. Philip, the same night she was on a stage at Elaro Court, gyrating, doing the precise thing that she purported to condemn, doing the same thing that she purported to condemn. Mia Motley, we are coming for you. Mia Motley, you have to go. Mia Motley, this country can no longer tolerate you. Mia Motley, this country is about to vomit you out of its throat. We are going to clear our throats of Mia Motley. We are going to clear our throats of Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party and the 28 of them who have sat behind her and have said not a word, not a man has questioned her. Permit me to go to St. John for a few minutes. I didn't intend to be here this long. I really didn't intend to be here this long, but she's up in St. John every day, up and down behind Charles Griffith, up and down behind Charles Griffith. And I'm going to tell you the truth about Charles Griffith. Every week at cabinet, she abused that boy. Every week. The boy, yes. All boys and girls, they're no men and women. She abused that boy every week at cabinet. And not only him, Dawn Marie is here. Davidson Ishmael. And this is no defense of them, because they don't deserve any defense. She fires them. And after she fires them, they come over, you know I'm a B.
34 ministers, 34 ministers in 7 years.
That is their response. She treats them like dirt. Charles Griffith, Davidson Ishmael, Colin Jordan. What's the name of the other one again? The one from St. George South. Dwight Sutherland. And I want to say this to you. Somebody told me don't say it, but I can say it. Because our role here is to educate the people of Barbados. Look at those 4 people again. Look at them. Let us repeat the names. Charles Griffith.
Yes, I love that boy.
Davidson Ishmael.
I love that boy.
Derek, you got me. You got it, Derek. Let us call the names again. And this is no defense of them, because they need to be prosecuted for not standing up to her, for not being men and women. Cattle. Cattle. We shouldn't be calling their names up here, but we have to call them. Principles don't align. You're tempting me to say something. But let us stay on the straight and narrow. Charles Griffith, David Sinishbill, Dwight Sutherland, Cadell. The boy, Ian Griffith, you need to know this, the boy in St. Lucy. I don't want to talk out their secrets, but that man took me downstairs one day when I was over there with them. I took me into the yard. He wants to speak to me. I'm not going to tell you what he told me. I'm not. Don't force me. Please don't force me. You're gonna force me. I beg you, don't force me. You ever see a big man crying under a tree in the Parliament yard? And I say, Peter, come around, come behind the tree, don't let the people see you crying. Is John King here tonight? Is John King here tonight? I want the people in St. Philip West to know what John King knows. That John King was told, please leave. Please leave. And John, I am saying this on your behalf tonight. John was hustled out of Parliament to be replaced by the architect of the destruction of education in this country. So add John King to the list. They're not men. They're not women. But Derek, before you leave here, tell the people of St. Philip, tell the people who are here what that group has in common one with the other.
4 black boys. 4 black boys.
We have not come here to excite you into rebellion. But we feel that you must understand the sociological anatomy. Don't worry with the words. We believe that you must understand the sociological anatomy of that body called the Barbados Labour Party that is practicing social class prejudice against their own. I really didn't want to say this tonight. But St. Philip, you must understand why you must take a stand against me, Amorty. If Sutherland can't do it, so be it.
No pedigree.
We will go for Du John.
No pedigree. No pedigree. No pedigree.
Bradshaw said it.
Yes.
In the St. George North by-election, she used the word pedigree. She used the word pedigree to describe the qualification for high office within the Barbados Labour Party. That is the word she used. And we stand here tonight and do not rebel against that Barbados Labour Party philosophy that challenges the qualification of every little boy and girl of humble background, that challenges the qualification of little boys and little girls in this country for elevation.
If you don't behave,
And the victim,
if you don't behave,
the victims all have one thing in common. I didn't come here tonight to say it, but there's a spirit. I have been fired by a spirit of St. Philip. And I began by honoring Red Plastic Bag because Red Plastic Bag made his name in this country for using Calypso to speak truth to power. And in that tradition, we must also speak truth to power. And we would love to defend those 5 abused politicians. But they do not give us the chance to defend them. Because sitting where they are tonight, they are telling themselves that there is something called a Barbados Labour Party. And that whatever happens to them, they must defend that creature called the Barbados Labour Party. You call that fascism. You call that party paramountcy. when the party ranked with preeminence over the rights of the individual. And that is how the Barbados Labour Party has diminished those 5 people. Well, don't worry about the other boy. Look, let us pledge. Let us pledge that boy's name is not going to be called on this platform. Let us make that pledge. Because I don't know what is the issue. So I know when you got nominated. Last year. Simon Clarke was nominated ever since last year. This party had moved on. St. Philip North had moved on under the chairmanship of that young lady before last year. So what's the issue? What is the issue, St. Philip? Let us not discuss him. Let us go back to more fundamental issues. Let us go back to the issue of education in this country. And let me say to you what a Democratic Labour Party government will do in relation to education in this country. Our manifesto, I beg your pardon, we had wished to launch it on Tuesday. But we will now do that on Saturday, next week, at Ball Hill. There are a number of proposals. I don't want to steal Felicia's thunder, but one of the main problems in education in this country is the curriculum. One of the greatest Barbadians who ever lived, and thank God tonight he's still alive, is Sir Garfield Sobers. And we live in a system in which we have been allowed to honor him only as a cricketer. And I'm talking education tonight. And I mentioned Sir Garfield Sobers because there are a lot of boys, young boys, the women are playing it now, but there are a lot of young boys who are given that talent by God. By God. A lot of us, I grew up in Barbados. Most of my friends, we would have exchanged all that we had to open batting for the West Indies. Or to bat in the middle order somewhere. So important was cricket within our psyche. And for something that is so important in our psyche, cricket has not been embraced by the educational system. And Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong is here tonight, and one of the strengths of her discourse is her plea that education, the whole educational effort, should embrace sport, athletics. And you know, in this country, what we do, we celebrate our cricketers for the 8 or 10 years that they're cricketers. And when the career ends, we discard them. And we need an educational system that must move beyond the traditional subjects, the maths and the history and the physics and the chemistry. And for a country that has made its name with cricket, why have we not embraced cricket as part of the academic pursuit? They work like all of us. They make money like all of us. They have some talents like all of us. And if you want to take it this far, they bring foreign exchange to this country in a way that many of us do not do. And the economy, for some reason, the economy has not embraced the cricketer. For some reason, the economy has not embraced the athlete. And a boy discovers his talent at the age of 7, 8, 9, 10. And he goes through secondary school and he's celebrated. And he may play for Barbados. And he reaches 28 and his career is winding down. And he reaches 32 and he retires. And there he is, marginalized. Except that he has expressed a talent that God gave him. And God gave all of us some talent. And the educational system has allowed us, some of us, to express those talents. And we have an educational system that has not taught us to embrace the multi-talents of multi-people. And we are going to build a new educational system in this country that will recognize the talents of the cricketers, of the sportsmen, of the musicians, of the artists. And I want to say to you that this government has treated our musicians and our calypsonians as political mercenaries that will serve their purpose, that will sing their songs. And that is why calypso in this country, for its artistic content, has declined. We knew what we experienced at the stadium from 1982 onwards. That is why I started with your beloved red plastic bag. I was not being patronizing about it. I was recognizing that what that gentleman was doing in his contest against Gabby, and tell the truth, we St. Michael people, where were Gabby people? Yeah, we held a lot of licks down there. Lot of licks. And this fella coming from up here every year. And all these red plastic bags waving across the stadium. And as a St. Michael man, I looking back and I vex where they get all these plastic bags from. And we holding some licks. But the point is, here was talent. Here was truth, expressing itself in verse, in calypso. It was song, it was poetry. And poetry tells the people who they are. The message. As one philosopher said, poetry returns a people to self. It tells us who we are. And it is artistic and it is beautiful. Except that this Barbados Labour Party government, I said and I will repeat, has turned too many of our calypsonians into political mercenaries. And I want to say to you that it is clear to me that a lot of the calypsonians in this country are afraid to write and sing the truth that is within their heart because they are afraid of Mia Motley and her government. But the original point being made is that our musicians, our writers, our artists should be embraced within the educational system so that we don't have to honor only Shakespeare and Shelley and the English poets. Our calypsonians are all poets too. Do you understand this? And do you understand what Tom Adams understood? And that is why he used to ban them. Because they're so powerful. The voice of the calypsonian and the musician's instrument are so powerful that they can change governments. That is a fact. That in the 1980s and 90s, the power of the calypsonian's voice was changing governments in this country, and this tyrant understands that, and she has transfigured the calypsonians, many of them, into political mercenaries, and many of them, I don't criticize them, but many of them are afraid, and we understand their fear because we understand power. And there comes a time when people must be liberated from fear and liberated from the fear of power. And that is what Mia Motley is about. And that is why Mia Motley has to go. But let me come back to the educational enterprise that must embrace our sportsmen and our musicians, some of the most liberated countries on the face of this earth, revere the athletes. That's why the Olympics is so big in those countries. That is why the arts and music is so big in those countries. And the arts and music is one of the world's biggest industries, and we still have not understood this. And we will not understand that in this country when they are being suppressed, when they are being made, I repeat, into political mercenaries for the sake of the survival of the Barbados Labour Party. They have to go. They must go. And a new educational system, it sounds daring, it sounds different, but we must dare to be different. Must allow a child who does not express himself with excellence in the traditional subject areas to express that God-given talent and never feel that the educational system marginalizes him. He must never feel, he or she must never feel that they fall outside of the educational system. Their excellence must be allowed to express itself, and their excellence must become a part of the educational system, and that is what this Democratic Labour Party promises to the people of Barbados. We have to start thinking this way. We have to start acting this way, and we must be this way, not for our sake, but for the sake of the children of this country, because too many are falling by the wayside. And I was about to tell you the sad story of a lot of the children in this country. If you watch the LPTV, you've heard Dr. Wickham talk about it. Poor diet. A lot of our children are suffering poor diets. A lot of our children are going to school without breakfast. That's happening in Barbados. Because to a large extent, the village is no longer the village. Every man breaking for himself. That is happening in Barbados. Society is disintegrating because of hardship and because of a value system in which people no longer pursue their lives as part of a collective effort, the collective effort called the village. We are living individualistic lives because of struggle. And that is what informs people who talk about the political system and say the political system has nothing to do with them. That is so false. That is so false. The lives of poor people and middle class people in this country are inextricably tied to political decisions. I want you to understand this, Philip. I want you to understand that if they're closing the transport board, that is a political decision that will affect you. I want you to understand that if they're underfunding the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, that is a political decision that is affecting you. I want you to understand that if you don't have access to affordable housing, that is a political decision that is affecting you. I want you to understand that if you don't have access to adequate welfare systems, that is a political decision that is affecting you. And I defy any Barbadian to tell another Barbadian that he can reside outside of the political system. Barbadians understand tonight that it is only a small minority of people among us whose lives are not touched by the political system, and we call them multimillionaires. Show me one out here tonight. Show me one who is refusing to vote on the 11th. Show me one. Not one exists, so that we cannot afford to abandon something which has elevated us, because it will elevate us once again. But I bring to you the sad story that too many of our little children in this country are going to school without breakfast. And if some of them are going with breakfast, it is a soft drink. Ask Dr. Wickham what that does to them. Too many of our children are falling off the edge. They cannot concentrate in a class. Ask the teachers about the children who are falling asleep in the class because of hardship. Because of hardship. And it took young Dale Rowe one night on a DLP TV show to say, look, he has canvassed the city and he has seen it. And it is not that we intend to expose for the sake of shame the indignities that are visited on the lives of people. But we care for people. We are concerned for people. This Democratic Labour Party has been the caring party in this country. This Democratic Labour Party is the party that has brought progressive policies that have transformed this country. And it was young Dale Rowe who said, look, we need a breakfast program. And don't be ashamed. We used to get milk and biscuits. Arubara knew what he was doing. And we are not ashamed. We are aware. And we are aware of hardship. And we are aware that hardship has revisited the lives of too many children in this country. And this Democratic Labour Party proposes a national breakfast program across all the schools of this country. and the rich and the poor and the middle will sit together and eat together and pray together and quarrel together if they must, and they will do it as equals. And this is what this Democratic Labour Party is proposing to do for the sake of the survival of our children, for the sake of the survival of our educational system. We must do it. We have to do it. We will do it. Allow us to do it on February the 11th, Barbados. Allow us to do it, St. Philip. And that is a proposal that we come to you with, that this Democratic Labour Party is committed towards the health of our children, towards the welfare of our children. And we were canvassing, I'm going to finish now, we were canvassing a few months ago, and you would have seen a lot of the chickens. I have to tell you these things. It is hard to bear, it is hard to hear, it is hard to feel. And we discovered that a lot of the chickens that you were seeing around the gas stations and so on were disappearing. Yeah. Don't laugh, I'll tell you where they've gone. And please don't, I hear your laughter, but please don't cry when I tell you where they've gone. The little boys were catching them. You call them free range. Because some people in Barbados don't eat the ones from the farms because of the steroids in the feeds and so on. And they want what they call free range. They're not expanded by steroids in the feed. So the little boys were catching them and selling them to some people for $10 so that their mothers could buy food for them. And I've lowered my voice because it hurts me. And I know it hurts you. And those little boys were doing this at 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning when they ought to have been in school. And so we in our comfortable cocoons must pause and understand the poverty that has visited the lives of too many people. Too many people in this country are in the grips of poverty. And the Democratic Labour Party cannot sit by and see it degrade and destroy the lives of our children. We know about the moral degradation that the Barbados Labour Party is visiting on our children. We know about that. But there's a physical hurt, a physical pain, a physical deficit when our little children in this country are not eating well. And if they're eating at all, it is not enough. And they're sleeping in the class. Ask the teachers. Let the teachers give testimony as to what they're seeing in the classes. And that is why I repeat, we come to you tonight to do what Arubaro did. Because he did not do it by accident. He did it because of a need. But we've always felt that we had reached a point in our human development where we would not see that kind of thing again. And St. Philip, we're seeing it again. And it is a problem that we have to resolve. And I want to tell you that they're going to ask about costs, you know, because every time you bring a proposal for the poor, everybody wants to know, can we afford this? What is it going to cost? When Arubaro came with education, they asked about cost. How are you going to educate all these people? The doubters. Yes. They asked how much it would education. Can you afford to educate all these people? The evidence is here tonight. The evidence tonight is that we could not afford not to have done it. We could not afford not to have done it. And that's why Barbados is built up the way it is tonight. We have to do this. We have to do this for the sake of the survival of our children. As I've said before, this cannot be about us at this age. This cannot be about you at your age. But when you get home and you look at that child, or that grandchild, or that nephew, or that niece, understand why February the 11th is going to be so important. Understand that, St. Philip. Please come out in your numbers. There's a plague on Barbados. There's a plague on your houses. That plague is called the Barbados Labour Party. Do not allow that Barbados Labour Party led by the tyrant to continue to dominate your lives to the point of social destruction. Do not allow that plague on Barbados, led by Mia Motley, to destroy an educational system that built this country up physically, and built the characters of every individual who benefited from that education. Do not allow it to happen in 2026. You have no choice in Philip. The time is here and the time is now. Speak to those doubters. Speak to those persons who believe that their lives are distant from the political exercise. It is not distant. And the threat to sell the transport board is a promise to make bus fares unaffordable for you. It is as simple as that. That is what it is about. Your hospital is in severe decline. They are decimating the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. That is political decision making that has destroyed the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, while the land on the other side of the road is given to an African bank. When the hospital should have been extended on that land. And I'm going to say something for Mr. Alan Kinch tonight, because all these lands are connected. The injustice of this Barbados Labour Party is stretching its way across Martindale's Road and onto Gemmots Lane. And after Gemmots Lane, they're going on the beach. Mr. Alan Kinch has provided spaces for young entrepreneurs in this country. He's done that. And they have been hounding that man for the last 2 years. Terrorizing Mr. Alan Kinch. You know what they did? Alan, please permit me to say, to bring your business out here. Because this is now the business of Barbadians. That Barbadians must know that they offered Alan Kinch lands that they gave to the African Bank. And if that is so, I must therefore conclude that the African Bank wanted to be on the beachfront. Because everybody loves the beachfront. It was supposed to be a land swap. You bringing me off? The lights will go off in 2 minutes. But look, they can turn them off. Because we've been in darkness for the last 7 years. And the light will return. The light of freedom and democracy and justice will return on the 12th of February. But you must signal the return of the light. On the 11th, please go out. Please go out and vote for this great Democratic Labour Party in numbers. We have a heart attack for the Barbados Labour Party. Give it to them on the 11th of February. God bless you and good night.